How we doing, everybody? Hydrate. Hogwarts with the hydrate. How's everybody doing? Hope it's been a good Tuesday so far for everybody. What was that one? Ooh, 20 watch streak. Nice. Very, very nice. Hey, Planetary Carpet, how we doing? Hello there. General Kenobi. We are back in the world of Warhammer 40,000. Back in Ethel's flagship here. Good old Ethel. I went through and sort of redid some skills and things off camera. So now we've got, first of all, you should be using this. We've got everybody sort of in their niche, right? So Abelard is our tank. Oh, no head fuds. Heat's been a real pain. 31C. Yeah, that's hot. That's not fun. What was that notification? Was that Vinny's watch streak? Planetary Carpet's watch streak. 5 watch streak. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Whoop, whoop. Nope. Pressing the wrong buttons. Anyhow. You know what? I bet you guys can't hear my game capture, because it's probably still set to Minecraft. Yep, look at that. Ha ha. And of course, as soon as I do that, the game stops making noises. Take your heat so I could go swimming? I mean, yeah. Just so I can explain what I did for everybody. Janris here. High Factotum Janris Danrock. If you go, my retinue and I are in need of training, he will just allow you to respec all of your like levels. So we are level what? Level 12, right? And we're not like a ton different than we were, but we're a little different. I don't have quite as many psyker powers for Ethel. I spec'd a little bit more into some of the officer stuff. And my fellowship bonus is pretty good. Um, Ethel has just naturally slid into sort of like a battlefield control role, which wasn't necessarily what I was going for at the beginning with all of our pyromancy stuff, but it's been pretty good so far. So I retrained mostly for this, so that just in case we've got like status effects and stuff to get rid of, we can do that for people. And then I also took, I think we already had Sparks of the Greater Flame, but in case we didn't, I took Sparks of the Greater Flame, which gives all of my Psyker powers that are damage over time effects 10% chance to crit, which is also increased by crit bonuses from other stuff, right? So all of our allies that increase our crit chance, that kind of thing. And then I also took Air of Authority, which gives people additional action points. And then I took dual weapon combat so that we're just a little bit better with our swords. So the next couple of levels, we'll dip back into some of our psyker power stuff. But for right now, we're less psyker, more officer. And then I distributed our characteristic like upgrades a little bit differently. So we're pretty average across the board still, but Ethel's not, you know, killing stuff. That's not her job. We didn't do too much different with Kibella. We just kind of made her blade dance stuff a little bit deadlier. Her swords go crazy. Lympha with the hydrate. I did check that, by the way. Um, the cooldown timer was at 3 minutes in between, but there wasn't any limitations or anything. So I don't know what was happening the other day where we were having problems with that. Lympha, if people rate us, your little emote is the GIF that I put that'll play on screen for like 10 seconds. Could have spanned it. So it'll mean to me, yeah, kind of. You can spam it, but you can only do the thing every other minute. I went through today and did a whole bunch new work with emotes and things. All of our on-screen alerts. Well, maybe not all of them. Not all of them. But many of them should be my pixel artwork instead of the just like Twitch generic icons, right? I went through and updated our channel point rewards, so everything has its own custom icon now. There's a new channel goal for channel points. Another toss your coin. It's much bigger this time, so you know there's the challenge to you guys. Yes, but this time I will hopefully be much more consistent at streaming. You know what I mean? That was part of the problem the last time that we did the challenge, because that was why I had to extend it by a lot, is because I stopped streaming kind of in the middle. Excuse me. For Abelard here, we really didn't do too much differently with him. I just kind of moved around his specifications a little bit, and made some of his abilities a little bit more party centric. This fleet combat training should help a lot for his damage output. And then for Argenta, really the only thing that I did for her was kind of exchange around some of her later abilities that we've gotten here. I've got muzzle velocity. I took concentrated fire, and then we gave her heavy weapon proficiency, so that eventually we can give Argenta a big heavy bolter. Oh, they're trying to get around my stuff. I just went and updated all of my like auto moderation settings and things, and there's some you know can't post links to most things unless you're a very regular watcher and chatter. And one of them was that streamboo.com, but they didn't make it a whole link. It wasn't. It was all typed out. That's how they're getting around that. That's funny as fuck, honestly. I got him. Don't worry. Don't worry. Pascal was our biggest change, mostly because I had to get... Where's it at? This one. Strength training. And we did that a couple of times so that we could get heavy armor proficiency on Pascal. Fucking schoolyard bullies in this Twitch. Tasha coins to the I mean Griff. But yeah, that's Pascal's biggest thing, is that we gave him heavy armor proficiency, and that way he's quite a bit tougher on the front lines now. We sort of changed up Kasha. She's got a few more of her navigator psyker powers, and she's honestly should be kind of tanky because she heals like a lot. That's not the one I want. Is it this one? One of these increases her she regens every round by like 4, which is crazy. The Griffsher. I'm the peaceful one that everyone likes. You are. Loud and correct buzzer. What's the loud and correct buzzer for? Heal tank? Yeah, I mean, I'm still scared of putting her up front, especially because she doesn't have a lot of offensive abilities. But at the very least, she can keep... Oh, the Grifter. I mean, it was funny. It was clever. He was trying. Haslin Limphau. Yeah, I was just making sure because, like, the order of chat there got a little out of whack. Adir is still our sniper. I'm probably not going to use her because she's kind of heretical, and that's not our vibe with Ethel here. Ethel's still rocking the 2 swords, and we got our pyromancy staff. I also have the needle ring, so I've got like a weird one-time ranged option in combat. It's funny. I like using the needle ring. Once a week, you got to play a Witcher game just for the Vine. I mean, ooh. I don't know if I have any of the Witcher games on Steam, now that I'm thinking about it. That might be entirely impossible unless I get a gift. But not that worried about it. I'll have to double check. I should probably post a list somewhere of like what games I have available. Although I guess I could just post like a link to my Steam profile. Abelard's still rocking the Wrath of St. Drusus chainsword and our shovel. And then for his second, he's got a maul, a hammer, and a faux hammer, a shotgun pistol. And I gave him back his like unique armor, the Seneschal's Trusty Carapace, because the leather coat that he was wearing, we gave to Pascal. So he's rocking the leather armor. Share your wish list with us. I'll figure out how to do that in a minute. Kasha. I think we want to give her... Why can't she use this? Oh, she's not strong enough. I think we give her the precise las pistol as well. A shotgun pistol? Yeah, a shotgun pistol. Is it this one? Yeah. The faux hammer. A shotgun pistol. Faux hammer is popular with many naval ships officers as well as crew chiefs who need an intimidating weapon. Shotguns knock enemies back when shot at effective range. And yeah, see, it's got a shotgun pattern to it. That's the only ranged attack it can make is I blast you. And then you've got the stub pistol. I know an irresponsible everyday carry I want on me in Minecraft. We could also give him a shield, which is kind of cool. The shields are interesting. So you get you get 2 weapon slots, right? Like 2 different weapon groups by default. But if you have a shield, it takes your secondary slot for both of them. So you could only have, see, you can only have like 1 weapon, 1 shield if you give him a shield, but it gives you a lot of bonuses. And the ability that it gives you, so you can shield bash, which is just like an attack, right? But it also has stalwart defense, which allows you to like pick a direction, and if you get attacked by an enemy from that direction, and you could counterattack them, it will immediately counterattack them. So shields are kind of nice, but they do like limit your options a little bit because you can only have like the shield and then a single one-handed weapon for each thing. Wantanami IRL. They do make revolvers that do shotgun slugs. Yeah. They absolutely do. They're normally only like 4 or 5 rounds because it's a shotgun shell that you load into it, but an S&W 500 Magnum very badly. Yeah, fair, I guess. Just it makes my wrist ache just thinking about it. That is fair. Right now we've got Argenta rocking a good bolter, and then she's also got a bolt pistol and a hand flamer for her secondary. Because she gets a lot of bonuses for bolter weapons, and because of her sororitas training, she also gets decent attacks with flamer weapons as well. So this is a pretty decent like secondary for her, I think, at least at the moment, especially if she gets like rushed down and we can't stop that. Pascal's still just rocking his omniscient axe and the arc rifle for the moment. We don't really have anything better for him. We will probably switch him to like a plasma or a melta eventually, but we're still sort of limited. This like early game here in the Rycad system is like a prologue more than anything else. So they kind of limit our shit. At that point, let's just go with a 50 cal pistol. Yeah, the guy, yeah, fuck you, the guy behind you, the engine blocked down the road, and the guy behind the fridge, and the next zip code, yeah. Yep. I'd be willing to bet that they make those, though, because a lot of revolvers, uh, a lot of, some of the benefit for a revolver over, like, a regular pistol with a magazine is that the rounds that you can use are very, like, customizable because of the chamber. So fucking wild. Yeah. Yup. All right. That's where we're at. And I was thinking today, before we move on to like the final mission on in the system, right? We go to the shit. What was the Mechanicus place on Rykad Minoris? I was thinking we talk to some of our companions and our other NPCs and do some stuff on our ship today, because we do have some like side missions on the void ship itself that we need to get done. There's, as far as I know, they don't get like locked out if we don't do them before we finish this like system. But just in case, I was thinking maybe we do that. So let's talk to our master at arms, Jocasta Sauerback. She's the very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed, her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing and rigid. The only flaw in her immaculate appearance is the heavy enforcer's maul, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with a practiced motion. Greetings, Lord Captain. How did she come to serve here? I come from the noble Sauerbeck family of the capital world of Dargonus. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law, and the members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the 6th Master-at-Arms named Sauerbeck to serve on this ship. She speaks the words with unmistakable pride. You're wearing Imperial Navy armor. How do you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master-at-Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon the death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow enforcer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. Well, that's cool. What do you think about the other officers? I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Ptolemy has too much power, and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf, and what to withhold. Ravor is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. What about Abelard? The Seneschal is a model of competence and fidelity, and all the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Sauerbeck's face before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not been kind to the deeply respected Master Rosarian. Soon there will be no rejuvenate treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such an advanced age. But we are ever watchful, and will be there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. So, she thinks Abelard's getting too old. What about your service? What are your duties? Responsible for upholding safety and order aboard the ship. Guard duties, patrols, finding and punishing troublemakers. In addition, my enforcers ensure that the crew follow all directives and carry out their tasks properly. As they say in my family, a servant who shows disobedience today prepares a riot tomorrow. Interesting. How do you maintain order? 2 words, Lord Captain: suppression and fear. The base nature of the rabble cries for an iron grip, lest they give in to their animal urges. We have many well-tested measures to prevent it: random night searches, preventative interrogations, corporal punishment, and executions. Of course, the laws of the ship equally apply to the officers. We eradicate the canker of insubordination wherever we find it, without mercy. What about luxury on Dargonus? Because of my cousin Macarius, a furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me toward the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart and wish for no other fate than this one. What do you think of me as Lord Captain? I would not dare form opinions about your ladyship. That would be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve, not to evaluate. Well, alright then. Is this just a guy? That's just a guy. Where's Pascal? I want to talk to Pascal. Is he down here somewhere? I don't see him. I know Idira is over here. That's Kibella, yeah. You seem to have a strong reaction to what Argenta said by the broken lens, Idira.
It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch. After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door. What I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me.
Well then, what do you think it all means?
If I knew, I would have told you. Hearing things clearly requires cooperation from the other person, you know. But that cobra just hisses and spits its venom at me. I don't trust her one bit.
Should we tell her?
Oh yeah. You go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her, or maybe the danger's coming from her.
Well, alright. What's it like being a psyker? I know what it's like being a psyker.
You can ask yourself that question, eh, Lord Captain? Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
Fair enough. How do you live with the whispering?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Adira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks and the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his mistress? Or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in somehow, but for now...
Well, let's change the subject then. Where do you come from, Adira?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
How did you end up in her service?
Trader von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered their guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So, I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Practical woman, Theodora. You ever been off the ship?
Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisek. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Well, okay then. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psykers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly. Then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psykers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me.
Kaboom indeed.
But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
But you didn't finish.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Do you know Theodora well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I To think I can hear her voice.
Well then. Let's not talk about that. We'll talk about Argenta again.
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Let's talk about her abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
Are you a sanctioned psyker, Idira?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
You know what? Fair enough. I don't, personally, me, don't care. And I don't necessarily think that Ethel would either, based on the choices that we've made for her. She really did, yeah. She was like, what are you, a cop? You gotta tell me if you're a cop. But the thing is that the way the Imperium works, if someone is a higher rank than you in either social or military status, you just answer questions. ACAB in the 41st millennium. Oh yeah, there's not nearly as much of it as maybe there should be, but it happens. To be fair though, in the 41st millennium, everything's real authoritarian. And that's the point. You got to remember, 40k is a satire in origin. It is a look at how absurdly bad could things get. People forget that part sometimes.
Of course.
Okay, let's talk to Cabela.
Domin.
Pretty bad when you have someone calling the God Emperor of Mankind. Yeah. Yep. We just kick her out. If the Undying One whispers my name, will you carry out his will?
Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
You always address me as Domin. What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amig means one you can trust in battle.
Interesting. Tell me about the Emperor's Tarot.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not.
The Emperor's Tarot is usually read by sanctioned psychers.
I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
She's a chaplain. She's not a psyker, but she's kind of a psyker. Succeeded on a lore warp test. You occasionally feel a shiver run down your spine or detect faint sparks in the air when you are standing next to Kibella. It seems her powers only manifest when she is practicing divination or in moments of pious exaltation. Kibella herself does not seem to be aware of her gift. See what I mean? How do you have an Emperor's Tarot?
It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate.
How many cards do you have?
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web.
Can you give me a reading?
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
2 fortune tellings in the span of an hour. Kibella carefully takes out her Imperial Tarot deck. A black blade flashes before your eyes, and blood drips from her palm onto the cards. She closes her eyes and listens. What does the future hold for me? Kibella draws 4 cards from the deck and lays them face down before you.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
I thought for a second this lady might be Jennifer English, but it's not. Her voice actress appears to be Abby Horton. She does a good job. Tell me about yourself.
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
How succinct. Do you dislike talking about yourself? A look of curiosity flashes across Kibella's face before it is masked by her usual stoic indifference.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me. So I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge.
Tell me about your past.
I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
Your fighting style is unique. Is it something I might learn?
Your body will fail you, Domin. Your bones will break. Your tendons will snap. Your heart will stop.
Jesus.
Our rituals of self-perfection are unending. They demand absolute dedication and decades of special training. However, if you devote the next 30 years of your life to its study, you might be able to learn the basics.
What was it like growing up in the cult?
When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut
Jesus.
and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxins, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him. When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
How religious of you. The responses to this are they're a very good example, I think, of why Owlcat understands Warhammer, because the first option, I feel, is the most empathetic within the mindset of somebody who understands how Warhammer goes, right? So that's the option I'm going to pick for Ethel, because she's iconoclast and like has empathy for people, but she also understands how the Imperium works and is not necessarily against it, if that makes sense, right? So comparatively, the third option, that's awful, no one should be subjected to such torment, that's like my feelings on the case. Right? And I think that's the reasonable reaction for someone who is looking from the outside in, right? That's our reaction because we're not inside the Imperium itself, right? This is the not roleplay option, this is the I'm playing myself option. This is the roleplay option, and then this is the like dogmatic, very much like Imperium first option, you know? And then the fourth option is just the I would like to continue this conversation option.
It is impossible to understand the value of your body and spirit if you've never experienced physical or emotional pain. Pain is temporary, but experience endures. Experience can be sharpened like a blade and turned into mastery. I've never regretted walking the thread I was destined to follow.
That's actually, that's very philosophical. That's a conversation starter. truly feel no pain at all, Kibella?
You can see for yourself.
Excuse me. Kibella removes a small leather pouch from her belt and opens it to reveal several instruments of torture. Tormenting yourself almost seems to give you pleasure.
Is it possible to experience pleasure if one feels nothing?
What are those?
Tools for tempering the flesh. If a spinner neglects this practice for too long, their body will weaken and their sensitivity to pain might return. If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound they have ever endured and go mad with torment before the undying emperor whispers their name.
That kinda makes sense. They're in so much pain all the time that they just go numb to it. And before they would start like healing and feeling the sensation of pain again, when their brain switches their nerves back on, they open up a new wound. I will not torture you.
You honor me by taking me at my word.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. I don't want to ask about her parents.
To speak the truth.
Did you ever meet Theodora?
I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
Huh. You torture your own flesh. What's the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself. Death whispers to me, "You are worthy of bearing his marks." Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
You notice several officers exchange worried glances as they eye the blade in Cabela's hands. I presume this will not be a painless procedure.
I have not felt pain in a long time, but yes, your body will certainly suffer. Embrace the pain and make it a part of you. It will be your salvation, even on your darkest days.
Obviously, we're not going to do the heretical option. Here's the thing. I'll try anything once. And Ethel, as a psyker herself, has been through some heinous shit. So I don't think she would really care that much.
Let it be so. Treasure his gift, Domin. Inscribe it anew each time you pray. May his blessing find you.
I want to know more about the sacred mysteries of the death cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
That's fair. How long have you been in existence?
Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence.
What's your purpose?
The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
Okay. Again, as a psyker, I think the only question that Ethel would ask is the first one. You hear a whisper in your mind telling you to kill someone, and you obey. Have you ever considered that these whispers could be a deception orchestrated by minions of the archenemy, the Chaos Gods?
Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us, the high spinners, can hear the whisper of the Undying One and give voice to his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence.
How do you know you've never made a mistake? How can you be sure that you've never wrongly robbed one of your victims of their life? Now I just want to know what the answer is going to be to this one.
We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance. If I see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I am his will, and I do what must be done.
Well, okay. See, I don't think we would ask about this because I don't think Ethel would see it as a thirst for blood. Why do you call yourself spinners? It's
Through
because of the
blood,
web thing.
sweat,
Duh.
tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Vizier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more.
Could you teach me to follow the tenets?
The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the blood-spun web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself, from first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught, they must be lived. Only then will you understand.
You say the God Emperor is death. There are some who might find that comparison blasphemous.
The Undying One is death itself. We serve him, and thus we serve death. This is not a comparison, attribution, or preference. It is the truth, and nothing can change it.
What are the Vizier's responsibilities?
It is the Vizier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death, and guide those who seek answers in death, but do not know how to live. The Vizier protects all, those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Vizier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Vizier's burden. This is the legacy of the matriarch spider.
And who's the matriarch spider?
It is said that she was one of many, born in the void, the Domin's subject. She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch-enemy's forces invaded the flagship during a warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first Vizier of the blood-spun web.
Well, okay then. Go talk to
Maybe
somebody else.
grimdark.
Maybe somebody slightly more cheerful. Anybody slightly more cheerful. There's Abelard. We can go talk to old man Abelard. Hogwarts thinks he's a Dilf, so...
Lord Captain?
You know you can call me by my first name.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
She's right. Dap me up. I'd like to know more about you.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's Seneschal?
I used to be an officer.
Oh shit, that was the wrong button. I apologize. We're like right up in his business.
Reinforcement to the rogue trader's army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue trader's personal council.
He's also joining this rogue trader's personal space. Bow chicka bow wow.
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
This is why I like Abelard right here. He's me. Like, not to make it weird on you guys, but like that's how I act. Planetary carpet, you gotta cool off, man. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Well, he was a little embarrassed about that. Let's ask him about his family, though.
I am a widower. I am a father of 4. And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Well, thank you, Abelard. I have no more
course.
questions. Let's talk about knowledge about rogue trader stuff.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Okay. We'll save these questions for just a little bit later, except for You could serve aboard my ship, Abelard. Bow, chicka, bow, wow. Hogwarts is real down bad for Abelard. Conrad, our previous master of whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voidfear. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
I hate that the multi-chat doesn't let me type anything.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid
Trying
of
to time it right.
responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
We'll talk more to Abelard about that stuff after we get done with some of the other main missions, because it's more about like the rest of the game than it is about this little prologue here. We'll talk to Ravor later. He's busy. He's piloting the ship. Let's go talk to Argenta.
Rogue Trader.
You said you had a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans?
Sure. Yeah, I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the von Valancius dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you.
This is one of the quests that I wanted to get done real quick on our void ship. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off of you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Abelard says, "Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. It is hardly the Schola Progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction." They all bow. Argenta says, Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing, "Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the Rogue Trader of House von Valancius." Oh, the Fire Master is here. You notice Infernus Master Heinrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. We'll talk to him real quick. Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Not at all, your ladyship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. We could be real bougie and just tell them, give them some candy and go back home. Just getting to see me is good enough. We could be very grandiose, or we could just say something simple. What do you guys think? Well, I don't want to be. I know we're not going to be mean to them. I figure our choices are one or two, but do we be like real verbose and like, I am the rogue trader, you know what I mean? Or do we just like be what's up? Do we pull rank, or do we just like greet them as a person? The milder one, I agree. The teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. We say, "Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones." One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Pulling rank on the fucking orphans, yeah. And then we can be like many levels of insulted by this. You know what? I'm gonna give him to the Infernus Master. That sounds good. I'm thinking of Infernus Master, since you are so concerned about the orphans, they are henceforth your clan. It falls to you to teach them the meaning of what their parents fought and died for. Because this kid's being very disrespectful to somebody who is potentially, like, eons apart in the rank and file, and he's lucky that he didn't just get shot on sight after saying all that out loud by probably Abelard. So I think this is a good compromise, right? We could just ignore him. But I think I like this. I like this. Let's talk to him. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Captain. We won't waste it. The Inferni know all about taking pride in service, courage, and self-sacrifice. We'll make true heroes out of them yet for you." Heinrich beams at the orphans, and they smile back at him with enraptured devotion. Abelard, "Young ones, you won't recognize them in a year or two. They will learn to salute and speak only when permitted by their superior officer. But right now, clowning around is all they know. See?" Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Well, that's not quite what Argenta wanted out of it, but she also didn't tell us really anything about what she wanted to do. She was just like, "I don't know, you want to meet him?" You know, actually, after hearing Abelard, like, just being like, "Kids will be kids," like, they're emotional, they don't have enough discipline yet, they'll get there. Out of the two of them, I think Argenta's probably the more dogmatic character, so, like, that kid's lucky that Argenta didn't shoot him. Let's go talk to her again. I want to see what she says now.
Greetings.
I guess we can't. Oh well. We'll talk to her just real quick, and then we'll actually go do some missions. Because I'll save Kasha for later. I want to be her BFF. Argenta's fine and all, but Kasha's cool. We're psychers, you know? Psycher sisters. I know it's 40k, but you're lucky someone didn't just shoot the orphans as a wild way to come back for the bathroom, too. Fair. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Argenta, how'd you end up on Theodora's
I
ship?
first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
She stopped short.
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Well, we can go there and deal with that.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
What was it like traveling with Theodora?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright. As you wish.
Well, what about yourself, Argenta?
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Oh, okay. I meant no offense. What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was
You owe me
targeted
nothing.
by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
Well, alright. Do we get a little, like, friendly with her? Forward?
Those are
Yeah.
Very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
I said, I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that the ship becomes your home. Would you guys like me to ask about the sororitas? I know some of you know about the sororitas, but I don't know if I could explain it any better than Argenta could. I don't go for broke. I don't know how that answers my question. I don't understand that reference. Tell me what you want from me. Oh, I don't go for broke. Got it. Got it.
Gladly, there are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked Deathworld can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
We have an Imperium lore that we succeeded on, and we can ask her. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
Ha.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
Yeah, I always thought that question was kind of weird, but I guess that's the question for people who have zero idea at all about Warhammer. You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Kronos Expanse?
My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
What are Drusians? Followers of the cult of Saint Drusus, a legendary hero of the Angevin Crusade who founded the Calixis sector for the Imperium of Man. Well, see, I didn't even know that. They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words. More often than not with a bolter.
Are there any other members of the Sororitas in the Kronos Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps Somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
And when do they do the part where everybody dyes their hair white?
Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul. Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Well, have I got a deal for you, Argenta. We're gonna go take a deal in holiness on the ship. Argenta, we're here for the cult stuff. Did we go to the Astropath Chapel? I think we did, right? Are you in with the cult? Oh, the cult that's on our ship? Oh, we'll get there too. We're gonna do the freight line today too. But we need to go to the voidship shrine. I know we haven't done that one. Long live the rogue trader! Got all this cool stuff. Big ass shrine of the Emperor. We should offer a prayer. The Aquila Anima, fragment of the Cathedral of Eternal Redemption brought from the Shrine World of Solus 6. Now lost. Interesting. What are these? What are those? The Imperium Invictum, the shards of an unknown Angevin Crusade warrior's twin blades, returned from pirate captivity by the grace of the Emperor. And this one needs Lore Imperium. Among the antique weapons, you spot the maul known as the Ferrum Fatum. Legend has it that its head split when it cracked open the skull of the loathsome demon Brenazar the Flayer. The Rex Regalia, the partially restored blade of Zathudas the Earnest, a missionary who decimated the abominable Xenos and fell in a deathly battle against the unrighteous. Initiate Clotus. Oh, we could talk to this guy. A lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face, his fish-like round eyes peering into the screen. Grant me understanding, master. Grant me wisdom. He winces as you approach. Your ladyship? How can I be of service? Who are you? What do you do? I am Clotus, junior cleric. I sort recordings from the shrine confessional to pass on to higher rank clergy. Tell me about this confessional. Our parishioners come here to repent, share their innermost thoughts and observations of their neighbors. The sacred machine records all confessions and alters the voices beyond recognition. Okay, so is there a way to find out who made which confession? There is not. That would undermine the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions might as well have been carbon copies of each other. Everyone was impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot, but as soon as the machine spirit started keeping the name secret, the parishioners opened up. Good thinking. I have other questions. It appears you are having difficulties. Nothing escapes your ladyship's notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 rather peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which make this a matter of the highest order, one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions, you see, are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your ladyship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession. What makes you think these confessions were made by senior officers? These parishioners are well-spoken, meaning they are used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issue orders and are vested with power. And, well, after categorizing so many confessions, I have learned to notice the subtle differences between them. Well, alright, let's hear it. Alleged dissent, impious doubt, alleged theft of ship property, and alleged coded message, irreverence, question mark. Well, let's do that one. Lop-eared kleppas display a high degree of socialization both among their kind and toward their owners. These animals adjust well to a void ship's lower gravity, since it is similar to their homeworld's conditions. Lop-eared kleppa meat is edible, should necessity demand it. The voice sounds muffled as though from behind a thick layer of glass, but it is unmistakably a woman's. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given that the ship has enough resources to cover that comparably trivial expense. Despite the poor sound quality, you determine the voice to be male. You have heard the bridge officers gossiping that the High Factotum has taken personal charge of the orphans. With a commerce test. One question has troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. Light static is distorting the recording, but you are confident that the speaker is male. Interesting. I am curious to know who left these confessions. I will seek them out. I suppose those confessions truly are special, if your ladyship is giving them her personal attention. Never would I have imagined the rogue trader herself coming to my aid. I labor for the glory of the Emperor and House von Valancius. Cool. So our retinue and senior officers are doing some hinky shit. Maybe.
Accomplished.
An ancient-looking chainsword without a fuel engine rests on the weapon rack. The shape of its teeth makes you think of the Ulma Universalis, a pattern from the Angevin Crusade era. What's this? The skeleton inside the sarcophagus is holding a spherical object gleaming with gold. Oh, we talked to this guy too. The Emperor protects your ladyship. How may I be of service? Who are you? Initiate Zeke, your ladyship. I recite prayers and help Confessor Adalbert with the rites. What is this relic? The initiate looks over at the sarcophagus. The skeleton within is clutching an orb made up of many tightly fitted hoops covered in glyphs. A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Aleynikov. They believed there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. A riddle? Cassia's eyes light up with curiosity. It would be most interesting to learn what is stored inside. Lord Captain, would you like to try opening the orb? Do you have any ideas on how to open it? One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. It happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodora was born. That's all I know. Why not just disassemble it? To damage a sacred relic is an unthinkable crime, and to use force to bypass the test of wisdom and faith it contains is terrible blasphemy. Well, let's give it a shot. Gonna lurk while I work out? Hell yeah. Lurk at your leisure. Open the reliquary. I'm going to try and solve it. The initiate opens the lock and hands you the orb. Someone has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. The answer should presumably be formed using adjoining hoops. Okay. Form the question in the first quarter. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. Emperor, throne, Aquila, or strength? I'm going to say Emperor. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. Let's do the second quarter. I am within every human, and my loss is feared, for without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Life? Life or soul? Form the question in the third quarter. After another click. I am poison. I am perdition. I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish, rejected by the Emperor. Weakness? I want to say heretic, but that doesn't necessarily... Maybe it is heretic. I don't know. We'll do that. With a click, the hoop settles into place. Form the question in the orb's remaining quarter. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. Cassia says, if I recall the pages of Life of Nadine Alenikov correctly, this part speaks about purity. The saint saw it as the quintessence of all other virtues. Well, then we'll say purity. Ah, we didn't do it right. Something's wrong. So let's do Emperor again. Do Soul this time, though. Do Heretic. And Purity. Okay, so that's not the thing that's wrong. Emperor. Life. Betrayal. Maybe. Purity. Nope. Emperor. Life. Heretic. Purity. Nope. Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Can we go through the questions again? My light reaches everywhere, the greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me in their souls. I think that's the Emperor. Like, it feels right. And something clicks. I am within every human, and my loss is feared, for without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Is it being literal? Is it blood? What do you guys think? Faith? Faith is within every human, and faith's loss is feared, for without it comes the end. But give faith to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. It's like it's too literal, you know what I mean? It doesn't seem. Yeah. I don't know. Fuck it. I am poison, I am perdition, I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish, rejected by the Emperor. Transgression, weakness, heretic, or betrayal. See, my problem with heretic as an answer is that that's... They all sound like they fit, yes, but my problem with heretic is that I feel like it should be heresy, right? And so that one just seems like it's wrong because it's very obviously, like, you almost think it's a typo, you know what I mean? But the game's been out forever and they've had very many significant updates, so there's no way that they haven't fixed, like, this very clear typo, you know what I mean? So maybe it's wrong just because, like, you know it's wrong because it doesn't fit within the, like, cadence of the question, you know what I mean, as an answer. But yeah, they all sound like they would work. What do you think? I think it might be weakness. Now that I've sort of just like said them all in my head over and over again a few times, we're gonna try that. And then we know the answer to the last one is purity. Okay, so we still got something wrong. Maybe we're wrong here. It's the only one that we haven't tried changing yet. No, I have not. I've only tried Emperor so far. You think it's Throne? That would also make sense, right? They do call... I think the coins in Warhammer, they use like a coin instead of like a dollar or something. And I think they're called thrones. So maybe this is very literal as well. You know, the greedy will see me in gold. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking, is that like a lot of these are really literal. So we'll do blood again. Do weakness. And purity. Aha! The orb comes alive. Its hoops shift around with alarming speed, coming together and folding into each other until the orb opens completely, laying its treasure bare. Nice. Hey, don't... Thank you for the good job, but, like, you guys helped. How strange and exciting it is to behold the holy object that has lain hidden from the eye for so many years. Truly, it is a great day upon which the rogue trader herself has revealed the legacy of great missionaries to us all. So what was that? What did we just get? Oh, it's like an equipable, like, trinket. Missionary Oath. Once per combat, if the wearer does not use any abilities during their turn, they can end their turn to immediately grant all adjacent allies an extra turn with 1 AP. Okay, so that should go to whoever is like our fastest person, right? Like the person who consistently always goes first in combat. So we can like bunch them up a little bit. They can just end their first turn immediately, and then everybody gets to go, you know, they get an extra turn. They could just get like a single action real quick. I forget what initiative goes off of. Introduction, Barry. Um. Agility and perception divided by 2. And then plus 1d10. So the character with the highest agility and perception combined, and then, or the combined average of agility and perception should get that thing. So ours is what, 75? It's like, I don't know if they round up or down. It's the problem. Because we're all kind of the same. Not Abelard. Ooh. It's probably Argenta. Nope, it's Cassia. Just barely. I'm pretty sure. Oh, but I don't want to give her Horrors of the Warp, so maybe we will give it to Argenta. She doesn't have a thing. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Now there's also another puzzle here.
This is out of the ordinary.
An extra turn. So the way that it works is it's not, they call it an extra turn, but it's just like it's sort of what I based our combat system on, actually. It's just like giving one of your party members, like, you go move over here just real quick, right? But they call it an extra turn because you're technically controlling that other character for that, even though it's not like a full turn. There are abilities that give them an extra full turn. You just select an ally and you're like, go right now. But a lot of that stuff it's just the language just calls it an extra turn, so that like bonuses and other talents and stuff that you take that trigger on an extra turn or something like that, it'll proc. Anyhow, a power maul rests inside the glass. The inscription on the reliquary reads, "I am wrath. I am the cleansing. Whosoever wields me walks in the footsteps of Furia." And there's a button. Well, let's press the button. Alright, so this is the puzzle. We've got to spell Furia. So,
Blood is
first
my
problem
life.
is we're not in the
Death
right order.
is my duty.
Blessed is von Valancius.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
When the faithful are
Okay,
idle,
everybody else is off the
heresy
thing.
grows.
Where's our... There's F. Okay. Yeah, Argenta. Walk
Blessed
over
be
here.
the road that we take.
See? Furia. Is that a U or an A? What's this other one look like? R, F. That's definitely an A. So this is the U. Pascal, you go over here.
The lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Ha! Furia. Let's see. Kesha.
Color the uncolored.
I'm at your service.
Nope. Cabela, you get back on that. And Abelard.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica
You
Imperialis
go up
and
there.
weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon.
The Emperor
Hilarious.
gave me a vision.
And we get a hammer.
For the Emperor.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Unquenchable Fury. One-handed power hammer. The maximum push distance of this maul is increased by 5. Oh, is 5 cells, and any collision damage is increased by plus 50%. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. In fact, we might take that for Ethel. She
No
might.
suffering will make me forget his sacred words.
That might be
Burn
cool.
the heretic. Kill the mutant. Purge the unclean.
What does the disturbed effect do? Each stack inflicts minus 10 penalty to fellowship and willpower. That's pretty good. Somebody should have the noble sword. But if we had this power maul that we just got, that gives us some different attack types than just sword stuff. And I think that's better. Because we're not speccing into swords, we're speccing into two-handed. So, doesn't necessarily matter. Plus, it's cool looking. And that means we have a power maul, a power weapon, just in general, and a force weapon with our force sword. Soul Siphon. But somebody should probably be using the noble sword, so maybe we just don't give Cabela a ranged option, unfortunately, and she gets those. The one big sword or a fucking chainsword, big noble sword combo. Because this isn't a power sword, it's a primitive sword. So it's just a blade, right? Doesn't have any, like, tech into it. Although it looks like it should be a power sword. Anyway. I don't know. Everybody all full up on all their stuff? I think so. It's a hell of a combo. I like it. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do this. Yeah. Force sword primary, power maul secondary. Sick.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Now we're gonna go to the freight line. I think we're not going to subject Cassia to the lower levels. We'll take Indira instead. This is part of the Bloodspun Web quest. Eric Frenso. Sturdily built man with an augmented jaw stands at attention. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD 987-A14, Lord Captain. I am Eric Frenzo, Captain of the Enforcers in Lower Deck Bay LDA 14. The Master at Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room, or to begin your search for the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? He says the last part with obvious concern. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Sourbeck know I was coming? Oh my god. The Master-at-Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We have been waiting your arrival every day since then, your Lord Captain. Do you know how to get to the temple? Plain PC, I put Foraging View on for a second, found a blueberry pie slice. Yeah, fuck yeah. Floor pie for Limfow. Eric. I'm sorry, Lord Captain, I do not. No one knows. The cultists are too adept at hiding and keeping their secrets, and it worries me that you might have to walk around the entire compartment looking for a temple. Why are you worried? Is there a problem? The lower decks are not suitable for someone of your status, and it's not just the grime or the crowds of brutish laborers. I suspect the entrance to the Temple of Death is hidden in some dark corner where you might encounter criminals or contagious outcasts. With this kind of riffraff that dwells here, you might even be attacked. To put it bluntly, although the Bay performs its functions well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up, since doing so will require making some serious changes. I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes place in this compartment. I'll offer my assistance. I hereby offer you my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct an inspection, and then share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better. But... oh, it's a rotten floor pie? Sorry, buddy. Frenzo stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them, and the Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. That's where the madmen and the lepers live. The cult of the Bloodspun Web has a presence in this compartment, does it not? That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties. As irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice. What do you know about the death cultists? Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. The Spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk, and other times even seemingly at random. The rituals are morbid, and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make any sense of them. I see. He grumbles sullenly under his breath. Tell me about this station. Hub LD-987-A14 connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor force and prevent supply disruption between bays. Who maintains this hub? Traffic controllers. They're technomats trained by priests of the machine cult to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains were carrying macro cannon ordnance. Also employed here are an enforcer squad, a team of Inferni, the clerks who keep cargo records, and a Medicae officer. A fine chap, whose medicine of choice is a bullet. May the God Emperor forgive him. Not every void ship can boast of its own railway. That is true. Usually higher class ships are the ones that get trains, but it's far from the greatest thing a rogue trader's warrant could see done. The credit here goes to Lady Theodora's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship. The rabble cause you no problems, I hope? Surely you're joking, Lord Captain. The rabble are base in nature, and mutiny is always on their minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tin food to weapons. We confiscate these regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. That has delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. We burn those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless. What is the situation on the lower decks? Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whatever crew are lost or on the deck, we find replacements from among those rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs. I've learned enough. Be steadfast in your duty, Captain Frenso. Can we talk to you? No, we can't. We look at the desk. The servo overseer makes a note of everyone who passes by its station every time. Ooh, goodies. Cargo. The technomats are performing a sensing ride on the sacred power transformer, but the machine spirits are running rampant and will not be swayed. What's this? Shrine of the Emperor. Statue to Magos Ionius, the 9th architect of Freight Hub LD 987A14. Does he have any... He doesn't have any more dialogue. The Cogita dashboard controlling the rail junctions is lit up with indicator lumens for active hubs. Arrival and departure announcements are pouring out of the Vox systems.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Uh-oh. Is that blood? We scrubbed the deck 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Void, take me. The captain will have our heads. Is this the welcome you give the rogue trader? Abelard's nostrils flare in anger. Whoever had the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. The corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters, "Damn those, how did they even..." Well, let's examine the mark. You've seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Cabela carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Damen, remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail. Do you know what this mark is? It resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think? It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they, well, performed their signature acts of service to the Emperor. He takes a deep breath. The soundless shadow sank into the dark. Slashed feet crescendo, a fatal dance. Blade song in tempo, each edge an echo. Twin odes to death throes. Now, on her sacred blood, as she once trod the backs of foes, tread countless souls, but none who know. You memorized the verse? Why? When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the peculiar qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who followed the blood-spun web as I was trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it, and eventually I learned the whole thing. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems. What is the Song of Trailing Blood? From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer, with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult saints, Ariane, or the matriarch spider, as they call her. So, I am invited to follow a trail of blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation. I hope you find what you're looking for and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain. So we're looking for those symbols.
We are bound by the blood of
Upper
martyrs.
deckers avoid coming here. But how can one live aboard the flagship only to turn one's back on the core that gives it life?
This core can just as easily take a life too. Especially if someone around here takes a fancy to your boots.
Ha! Practical as ever, Abelard. Left is always right. The bulky doors lead to the Enforcer's living quarters and the hub's provision depots. Same thing. Oh, something's going on. Yeah, same. That guy didn't have rations. He was like, "Aw, help me out, man." Just like, no, you drink it all away. Get out of here.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Well, how do I get down there? There's another symbol. Oh, I'm guessing this is leading the way. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadow grows longer and seems to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section. Burnt man. Mercy, please save me. The young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes, somewhat intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from under caked eyelids. We're going to do the iconoclast choice here and get on the radio. Get some enforcers and Medicaid personnel in here now. There's a man in need of revival. Once he's recovered, assign him to be a scribe's apprentice. He's too badly injured to go back to a worker's life. A blissful smile twists the man's lips, and a tear forms at the corner of his ruined eye socket. The God Emperor sent you to save me. You are his light, you are his grace. Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me here. Never forget the Lord Captain's mercy. Oh. Kibela says, when the Undying One is ready to accept a soul, it must be sent forth, and so it will be freed from the torment of this flesh. Yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me. Do you know anything about the mark next to you, burnt man? Spinner came, he painted the symbol, then he gave me water and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later so that help would come, and here you are. To soot-smirched soul, her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer, anguish and distress. A longing brought to rest. Of mortal bonds, the soul divest. Who are you and what happened to you? I'm Vela Cleaner. I was in my house asleep. Enforcers came, set fire to it. I didn't make it out in time. Adira says, I wonder how long he's been sitting here like this. A watch or 3? The whispers say nobody cared because he didn't matter, but they also say he's important because he's somehow supposed to matter to us. Strange. Help is on the way. Hold on just a little longer. Shit. How do we get up there? Hold on. Oh, there's a ladder.
The Vizier. Would he be
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Ration cards. And a charred note. What does that say? Barely make out the words. Then past the marketplace, probably. Make sure the enforcers... Something... You or you'll ruin entire operation. On the tracks, behind, maybe you'll find something, a little gift for something. Give it to him and you'll see for yourself. Oh ho ho.
I do what I must.
The workers beaten to within an inch of their lives are returning stolen power panels, wire, and microlumens to containers marked disposal. Time-worn loader is barely fit for purpose at this point, but the enforcers still see its complex maintenance as the lesser evil compared to hiring ignorant, clumsy scroungers to do the job. What's going over here? Mine.
Operation successful.
Heinrich. There's our Infernus Master again. Let's go talk to him. The Infernus Master salutes you cheerfully with his low stick. Lord Captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? The famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt? I seek the blood-spun web. Do you know where they are? Don't have the foggiest idea. That's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is. And what are you doing here, Heinrich? I'm here to patch up Savage, locomotive number 3. Under the tech priest's supervision. That old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad. His boiler catches fire and starts spitting steam at the repairmen. Guess who they call to take care of him in these dangerous situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I've done all the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in. But that's alright. I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those tech priest drivers who get to operate them every day. The roar of the boiler, the wheels thumping like mad. All that furious power pulsing in your hands. Responsible? I introduce you. Well, we can't turn down an offer like that. The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibration as the iron beast beneath your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We will need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Pascal, initiating the train blessing algorithm. Let not corrosive wear separate the wheel sets. Let the traction drive receive the touch of the motive force granted by the invisible hand of the Omnissiah. Let his grace strengthen the joints and supports that lift the body above the decay of mortal tracks. Hear me, driver, and praise the machine god thrice, for it is only by his will that the miracle of sacred locomotion is accomplished. The blessing has been successfully executed. Listen to the rumbling noise coming from the boiler. The stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and the scarlet glow of the lumens at the control panel makes you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. Resolutely grab the biggest lever. A deafening clang resounds from Savage's innards, and the train shudders underfoot as if preparing to leap forward. Whoa! Careful, your ladyship. Don't let this monster smash us against the nearest wall. Put your hand on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Savage does not like being hassled. Einrich's face is focused, but his voice has not lost any of its playful cheer. Grasp the lever gently, pull it towards you. Few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand, and there's a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. Do you feel it? There's so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive. Unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. There's almost a loving tenderness in Ironek's voice. Pull the lever towards you, smoothly but firmly. Then, pump the fuel with this command room. Smile at Heinrich, unruly and defiant, but submits to a strong hand, much like yourself. I think Ethel's trying to flirt with Heinrich. Yeah. You don't say. Let's pull it. Pull the lever, Kronk. A new explosion inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you're feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute, given the chance. Kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now, try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers and give them a firm tug. Ooh, show me how it's done. Exciting, is it not? With an intrepid smile, Heinrich places your palms on the controls, covers them with his own, and pulls the levers down in a confident motion. Don't be afraid. I won't let him hurt you. A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Heinrich deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing. Or rather, you hear only one thing. The roar of the engine, triumphant and powerful. Looks like Savage has agreed not to kill us both. His tech priest guardians will be pleased. All hail the Lord Captain. You have subdued a mighty beast today. Now, I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to, and it's time for me to drive Savage down the line and see if he's feeling cranky. Saucy. Saucy indeed. That was most intriguing, Heinrich. I am pleased. Could I have wished for anything more, your ladyship? Do we go down the freight line with him? Or do we just say have a good trip? What do you guys think? I don't know. We're here for the Bloodspun Web. We have a mission. Everything's gonna be alright. Savage would never fry me. Right, Savage? What quest are you on right now, and can it be paused? Both of those things are true, but now it's too late. You're too slow.
Know your duty.
I need to get over there. Where am I going? Wait. More stuff.
The duty prevails.
Burned out folks' belongings. Hot from the oven. One ration card off the price for regulars this shift only. What's the other one say? I can't quite read it. Judging by the merchant's round, well-fed face, the rusty junk laid out on the counter is merely a smokescreen for the more valuable and likely illegal goods that are for now hidden from idle glances. Funny. Who's this? A ration card, please, your ladyship. Spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst jobs. He's toothless and falls to his knees. I have some ration cards. I don't need them. Praise be to the Lord Captain. A flute player. A group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage watching a strange duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in worn leather gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates supporting some kind of game board. A scruffy rat is rolling small glass balls around the board. Several workers empty their pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into the small chest next to the board. The flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. The rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board, but not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. The rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players get their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place. Let's watch the rat. We succeeded. The rat scurries around the board, spurred on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first glance, but after a while, you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the goal at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole. And what about the tune? The rat's movements, from the flicks of its tail to when and where it pushes the balls, obey its master's wordless commands with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, the rhythm, every part of the melody serves as a signal to the flute player's tiny assistant. That's funny. We toss a coin. The crowd, which has been too absorbed in the performance to notice your presence, turns to you, expressions of frightful awe appearing on the workers' faces. Many start whispering prayers. The flute player's clear eyes widen in surprise. Then, with an open and friendly smile, he says, "Many a grand story of the Lord Captain's generosity is told, and I swear on my own flute today I will add another. To a fortune peddler, the Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself." He applauds you with gratitude, and the workers timidly join in. "Perhaps you would like to trade us some of that captain's fortune of yours, your ladyship?" The flute player bows respectfully and gestures at the game board. "Who are you?" "I am but one of many, a voice in the crowd, a cog in the mechanism, his humble servant. Flute player is all they call me, because that's what I am. I make up tunes and give the people respite after a hard day's work." "How did you come by your curious-looking flute?" "My mother loved music. She used to hum beautiful melodies to me, and when she passed away I carved this flute from her hip bone and learned to play, out of sorrow and respect for her memory." Morbid, but okay. "Play one of the local favorites for me." The flute player smiles mysteriously and brings the flute to his lips. A simple, brisk melody pours out of the instrument. The glum faces of workers and traders soften a little, and the tunnels around you seem less squalid than before. Long after the music has stopped, many continue to whistle the unassuming ditty. A flute needs no words to sing, but I am curious to know what story your melody tells. "The story of a simple man from the lower decks, honest with himself and others. He risks his life to protect the oppressed from those corrupted by power. He takes from the rich and gives to the needy. He helps without asking anything in return. Nemesis, hero of tales, admired by children and grown folk alike." "May good times come for you one day, and then there will be no need for songs about fighting injustice. In the meantime, strive to lift the people's spirits, flute player. For a humble servant, there is no greater reward than his lady's approval. I will try my best to inspire as many of your subjects with music as I can." Are you suggesting we play a game?" He smiles eagerly. "Please bless our little lark with your attention." "Explain the rules." "It's simple. On this board, you play with fate. Choose a ball and give it to Bolts, my rat. If she rolls your ball into the pocket marked in red within 3 minutes, you win. If she doesn't, you lose. Simple." "All right. We'll play fair." The man readies his flute and the rat dives under the board. You hear clawed feet scrabbling against the crate, and a few moments later a green ball pops out of the center. The rat almost manages to get the ball into the hole, but sharply changes the direction right at the last moment. Then it happens again and again. At last, the ball hits a dead end, signifying your defeat. "Another round, your ladyship?" The man bows his head with a slight smile. "You know, I've heard wise visitors from higher up say that this little game offers more than just amusement. They say it's an opportunity to test different strategies, to learn more about others and yourself." "Well, see, now we're going to cheat." The man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the board. You hear clawed feet scrabbling against the crate, and a few moments later a green ball pops out of the center. You've already seen through the flute player's performance. You listen to him play and watch the rat closely. Then, at a certain point, you start tapping your fingers on the edge of the crate, adding your own rhythm to the tune. The rat scrambles in confusion, mistaking your commands for those of its master, and starts rolling the ball toward the goal. When the ball drops into the red hole, a few impressed whistles come from the crowd, and the flute player laughs heartily. "Cleverly done, your ladyship. Well, I had no doubt that you would be a worthy opponent. And your strategy, I think I will keep it in mind for my future games." We will cut a button from our sleeve and throw it to him. For the entertainment. "Thank you for this generous gift. These folks will shower me in ration cards to get their hands on something that belonged to your ladyship. Fortune gave me the brightest of its smiles today. I hope you have enjoyed yourself. I certainly won't forget my fateful meeting with the Lord Captain." The flute player clears the board in one deft movement and begins a new tune. Well, that's fun. Okay, we need to go this way.
The Divine watches over us!
And then it wants us to go this way. More loot. A dead man. A sinewy, middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, when his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into fists. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns toward the tracks. He leans forward. The man freezes, a step away from oblivion, listens, then recoils, and goes still once more. What do you think you're doing? What? I didn't. The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars scattered all across his body. The scars seem vaguely familiar. Pascal's Vox synthesizer springs to life with an indignant binaric trill. I am registering this unit's intention to use the train tracks for purposes other than those intended by their design. I categorically demand that the unit's self-disposal be carried out using methods that do not violate the catechism of maintenance and operation. Let's look at his scars. The scars all vary in length, width, and depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as a series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man's look long since healed. Who are you? A dead man. I lost my name years ago. I've been just another dead man ever since. You dare insult the rogue trader with your impudence? Your body may already be covered in scars, but your tongue seems to be asking for more. Having a rotten day, buddy? My whole life has been rotten, and I only have myself to blame. I've tried to change things, fix things, but I always ended up here. So eventually I accepted the truth. Your eyes always return to that blood symbol. What do you know about it? It's a symbol of the blood-spun web. I come here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day. The man's faded eyes go wide as he notices Cabela. His voice quivers. You. Have you come to take me to the other side? Cabela briefly studies the man's face, then turns away. I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. The man lets out a dull groan and turns to look at the symbol again. But then why is it here? You know the symbols of the bloodspun web. You bear similar scars. Are you a spinner? I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot, then I waited. An hour, 2, 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One. But I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. So I ran. So the spinners simply let you go? They made no attempts to find you and kill you? There was no pursuit. I thought I'd see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror never stopped eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered, Sebriad has gone to the Undying One. They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I have lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man. Why were you condemned to death? But some would choose to leave the righteous path. Those earned penance in due time. Her whip sings vengeance on renegade menace. Her blades pass sentence. For cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretendance. It takes what it is due in essence. He stops, then adds hoarsely, the third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood. The Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. There were plenty of reasons. I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find because it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear, because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenets. I realized it, but I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it. Idira, oh, you poor thing. I think I'm gonna cry. You couldn't stop slicing people up. It must have been so hard for you. Even my whispers have nothing to say to a pathetic tale like that. I bet they're thinking, what a lousy, self-absorbed sack of scum. Have you killed any more innocent souls since you ran? No. I've been afraid to touch my own knife since that day. Thought it might just stab me on its own, but the temptation is always there. His fate is decided. I will not judge. No, what about the symbol, the portent? You were supposed to... The man's tired eyes fill with horror that quickly turns into hysteria. His knees buckle and he staggers heavily before falling onto the tracks with a pitiful cry. No, help! Boom! God damn! Kibella stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. Shit. I wasn't trying to kill a guy. Then again, he was supposed to kill himself, so I don't know.
Watch out.
Watch out for what? What do we find?
I see what others
Aha.
do not.
Ooh, more ration cards. How many times do I need to tell you, ungrateful maggots? Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy, the throne's name, I beg you. The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with its dirty palms. Your gracious ladyship, hand of the god emperor, save your unworthy servant. The irritated enforcer says, "Get lost!" and his heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot, I'll clean it. A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who have gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger on their faces is plain to see. Well. We'll stop. Your ladyship, I work hard, never even take breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every other honest hard worker who... Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars a few watches ago and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you, and this is the thanks I get? You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn. And today you earned 15 cards in a single shift because you do the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share? I didn't do them in, it was an act. They got their heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need rations. Am I to understand that enforcers are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts? We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute. The rabble are a lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards to prevent supply embezzlement and famine. They do take our cards, your ladyship, and then grow fat using them for themselves. The worker's eyes squeeze shut tightly as he whispers his accusations. He seems unable to believe his stroke of luck. Oof. That's rude. It kind of sounds like they're both doing bad shit. He shouldn't have stole stuff, and the enforcer shouldn't be shaking him down. You both deserve punishment. Strip the arbitrary enforcer of his rank. Give lashes to the thief. The worker snarls at the enforcer, who has suddenly gone pale. Didn't expect that, now did you? Once my back stops hurting, we'll see how brave you are without your baton. Low, insistent dissent begins to rise in the crowd, only to die back down as soon as the enforcers brandish their batons. The murmurs immediately turn to pleas for mercy. A sullen, red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seems to size you up the whole time you're speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you're watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. The discharged enforcer, surrounded by spiteful leers, glowers at the crowd as the beaten worker laughs uproariously, seemingly far more pleased with the other's misfortune than troubled by his own sentence. I think that was fair. They both deserved a little punishment. We have switches of some sort. What's that gonna move? Probably this claw? What do we gotta do with that? The base bulkhead is marred by traces of gunfire and rust-colored stains from old blood that was never properly washed off. Okay.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Despite your efforts, the container does not budge an inch. Yeah, okay, so that's what the crane's for, I bet. During each shift, railway hubs direct thousands of containers carrying the road trigger's cargo to various destination compartments. What's this do? Oh, I see. They're directional. I understand now. I could drop it on this guy. That's mean, though. I don't want to do that. Let's just bring it back over here. It'll put down there, or it'll put down there. Yeah, that guy shouldn't be sitting there. What's this over here? There's like graffiti or something. Someone has sketched a hasty portrait of a worker with a red scarf over his face. The artwork still reeks of chemical pigment. Judging by the layer of flaked-off paint, it has been removed several times already. Oop, wrong button. Who are you? No, shh, don't make... They shot everyone. Please don't tell them. Did you steal this power pick? Interesting.
The Emperor protects.
Did you steal this?
I won't suffer this.
Can't do it. That's fine.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Off this way next.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Nice. More goods. It's a rogue trader. Bootprint has smudged this symbol slightly. The trail leads towards the slums. So it wants us to go that way, which means side path is right.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. Ooh, thieves. Several people are eagerly rummaging through a rack filled with weapons from the Enforcer's arsenal. A big man with a pockmarked face is the first to react to your presence. He attracts the others' attention with a piercing whistle and barks out. Who are you? There's not supposed to be anyone... it doesn't matter. Identify yourself. Let's take a closer look. Makeshift armor peeks out from beneath their ragged clothes, and their battered weapons display a patchwork of crude repairs. The group stares longingly at the rack, where the good plasteel gleams, restlessly clutching their humble weapons. You notice that the little finger on every person's right hand has been cut off. It's hardly a coincidence. Abelard, help these wretches realize the full extent of their unenviable position. And he says, before you stands Lord Captain Ethel von Valancius, mistress of this vessel and everything on it, including those goods you are pawing at with your unwashed hands, and your miserable lives as well. The people turn to stare at you in disbelief and exchange heated whispers. The excitement is interrupted by the leader's roar. What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs as is right and proper. Your ladyship, you must excuse these blockheads. I was taken aback myself. It's not every day you see the rogue trader in the flesh. And as for this, I won't insult you by denying it. You've caught us red-handed. Tell me why I shouldn't execute you on the spot. You could execute us, but who would take our place? Shameless scum who rob and kill to their heart's content. Bastards who accept mutants into their gangs and prey to the archenemy. There have always been outlaws on this ship. You are better off with outlaws like us, who don't go too far and who keep the heretics down. So who are you? The Hard Nines. A gang. I mean a brotherhood from Transport Bay 9. Don't think we're parasites. We do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We're sort of, assistants to the enforcers. Self-appointed. We make sure that order is maintained in compartments where the enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and, well, we accept a small contribution as a show of thanks. You obviously did not expect anyone to be here. The enforcers providing cover for you. I wish. Frenzo, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's tightening the screws, damn it. We can barely breathe. Today's the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment. What's up with the pinkies getting cut off? It's our gang's initiation rite, a fine tradition. By voluntarily removing a finger, the newcomer shows their determination and willingness to join us forever. It's also a badge of honor. Why do you want my weapons? To do business. We're no rebels. If anyone blasphemes against your ladyship, we call the troublemakers to order, and we shed blood for the flagship, without fear. Suppose that makes us defenders of the ship? The thug raises his eyes questioningly and looks at you expectantly. Why stop there? You might as well call yourself saints and say the fate of the whole dynasty rests on your shoulders. Ooh, I don't know, guys. I feel like if we let him go, a lot of our allies are going to be a little pissed at us. But I don't know if I want to attack them. I'm kind of digging this. Not gonna lie. I like the cut of your jib, fella. Maybe he's pandering to me, but it's working, I guess. What do you guys think? I'm gonna flip a coin. Ready? We got two choices. We'll flip for it. Heads, we go number 2. Tails, we go number 3. Heads it is. Standard Soul grits his teeth, impotent in the face of your choice. One day I will realize the depth and wisdom of your decisions, Lord Captain, but in the meantime I will pray that this act does not come back to haunt you. Hear that, boys? The Lord Captain herself is expecting good things from us. We can't let her down. We will fulfill your command to the letter. Well, good. Now it's my turn. It's the other reason I wasn't super mad about it. The Ripper. It's a gun. A gun. Solid projectile. Overpenetrates. Pascal, if you'd be so kind.
The machine god grants the insight.
Nothing over here. Okay. Let's go back and get this.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Ooh, more ration cards. Bunch of people. What's this gonna do? They hug. They embrace. Who are those people? Kids have been waiting for you. How was your shift? We worked hard. I helped out a friend with the loading and he gave me some cards. Take them and exchange them for new shoes. Yours are all worn out. Oh, thank you. I've already made your bed for you, so once we've eaten, you go and rest. The little ones and I will head out to the marketplace and leave you in peace. This guy's fighting in the corner. Why did the Emperor send me such a wonderful wife? Well, something's bad. Something bad's about to happen, right? No? Okay. Can I talk to him? Is that the rogue trader herself? Don't gawp. Sordid goon. I can't tell those guys to stop fighting each other.
Please, to look
Ooh.
closer.
Clog the tunnel so much for a house in the outskirts. They've bred the void rats, and now they've bred the void rats, and now they're all over this level too. An old man can't get no peace anymore. I don't know what that means. Let's get across this gap. Abelard, if you'd be so kind. Please? Hello? He's coming. Okay. Ration cards. I think there was something else I could get over here, right? Wait. Abelard, we could just go that way.
Just as I was taught.
Oh, it's down below. How does one get down there? Well, I guess Pascal's gonna go find out. He went way down there.
The Vizier.
Book of War Prayers. The wearer deals 10% more damage to Xenos and demons. The wearer is dogmatic. The bonus is doubled. Well, shit. More ration cards. That's just a tunnel. Can we talk to this guy? Shreds of rat carcasses and yellow-green moss stew in the cloudy sludge, along with other unidentifiable ingredients. Bloodspun web killed somebody here. What do we see? Why did we auto pause? Aha! Somebody grab that then. And we're back to the beginning. What's this? Did we click on that? No, we didn't. Hope nobody notices it's the third time in the queue. Well, I think our option is to go down. So...
The shadows reveal their secrets.
I have proven myself yet again.
These crates are typically used to transport weapons. The worn-away markings make it impossible to determine where the shipment came from, and the scuffed surface indicates that the crates have been moved frequently. A blindfolded old man. An old man in pitiful rags listens intently to the sound of your footsteps. A stinky piece of cloth is wrapped around his eyes, with greenest pus oozing out from under it. The old man lays his trembling hands protectively on the heap of junk that serves as his bed as well as his table. An empty beggar's mug makes a clinking sound next to his withered leg. There, next to you. Weapons are usually transported in crates like those. I want to look inside. Weapons? How would something like that wind up in our bottom of the bilge compartment? I didn't mean to alarm you. I simply wish to learn more about my people's lives. Your people? Could it be? Our Lord Captain? Our benefactor? Is it really you? Our gracious lady. We know you well. Your charity gets us through the day, and we pray for you always. But what are you doing down in this? Please hurry away before they know you're here. They're plotting something terrible. This crate, it's where they hid their... Oh, shit. Vatguard. A cold voice filled with the promise of death mutters, "Pathetic fool. That's our secrecy gone right down the shitter. Folks, we're gonna have to make some noise." A common worker, her face so nondescript it looks almost scrubbed off, is aiming a weapon at you that she produced seemingly out of nowhere. Leave no witnesses! Welp.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
And the foreman's with us, though. This poor schmuck got shot. We want to just end Argenta's turn, right? Because the thing will give everybody... Yeah. Did it not? Oh, maybe there was a button I was missing somewhere, maybe. Can we back to Argenta? No. Well, oh well. Let's see. Can I hit anybody with death from above that's not gonna kill my own guys? If I do this, I can.
Trust me, death is a blessing.
Boom. Who's not dead? These two guys. Oh, all of them are not dead. Oh no, one guy's dead. Okay, that's fine.
Killing,
Dead,
no
dead,
pleasure.
dead. Great. Now we can do it again.
I shall not fail.
Oh, we can do it another time? Okay.
The shadows will death is a blessing.
And another. Okay, that was pretty awesome.
As a tenant,
Let's run it back. Hilarious.
Let's make it quick. Here we go.
Abelard is just gonna charge in,
I took care of this one.
kill a guy. Taunt the
Someone else
rest.
can do this.
It will be done. Indeed.
Everybody gets braced for impact. Which means they can move. We'll get Pascal into combat.
Advancing.
Guided by faith.
Dira. Come
I
back
know what is
here.
to come.
Cabela, we'll put you
I bring
here in
mercy and
melee.
retribution.
Put the big sword on as well. And then I will move myself over here. Is there anybody like super crazy? Back guard, back guard, back guard. Any more bad guys? These guys over here. Nobody's like super intensely strong. We don't necessarily need to use one of the heroic acts.
Will do.
I'm gonna use bunker down. Perfect spot. I'll exploit that guy.
Was that you? Or
Give Abelard some protection. And shoot that guy. Boom! Nice.
Let's get to it.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
I'll do what it takes.
I will not die in dishonor.
We'll set that guy on fire. Never mind, we'll kill him. Argenta, you can take a full turn. I don't want to kill those guys.
I'll do it.
Nice. We'll do
As the Emperor, you can escape the
that.
Emperor's
Nice.
judgment. Doubt is for the weak.
Oh,
As the Emperor commands, I act.
The Emperor commands.
Request approved. Activating force decrement.
ah, damn it! Didn't arc to the other guy. He's probably just a little bit too far away.
Cogitation fails.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens! And so shall it be done.
They may hurt it all. Doesn't appear to be. Okay.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Boom! Big damage. This is kind of why I wanted to do this before we went to the last mission on Rycat Minoris, because so far this has been really easy, and I think the intention is to like immediately do it after you unlock Kibela, and we've done at least a mission or maybe two since, so we're a little bit over leveled for some of this, and I didn't want it to just be like ridiculously quick, you know. I wanted to experience a little bit of something. You know what? No, I'll use the bolt pistol. I will miss with the bolt pistol.
I'll do it.
I will catch them on fire instead. Nice.
Death comes in.
Dead guy. Dead guy. Nice. The foreman. Are you alright, Lord Captain? Those cutthroats didn't hurt you, I hope. The man's prosthetic leg has been shot, and it carries his weight awkwardly. The locals and the enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge here, in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and the keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker. What in the throne's name was that? I'm not sure. Perhaps those freeloaders believed in the tales of Nemesis. As it happens, I've complained to to Captain Frenso about some idiots who've been painting pictures on the walls, inciting people. And what did he say? I've got everything under control. Had I known it would come to this, I'd have nabbed those sods and thrown them into the pestilence pit myself. And now we'll be pestered by enforcers to no end. Void damn it all. Who's this Nemesis? Just a story they tell around here. There's this chap they say wanders the lower decks, helping the poor who can't earn a living for themselves, standing up to the officers and enforcers in defense of the weak. Except he's just a story, nothing more. I will be speaking to Captain Fredso about what happened. Well, in your case, he'll certainly hear you out and not, you know. He grins and indicates his broken ribs. We're going to give him some ration cards. Lord Captain, you've just helped some good families survive. I'll divide the cards among them and be sure to tell them that it was your ladyship who did them good this turn. I seek the blood-spun web. Do you know where their temple is? Cultists don't let people like me in on their rites and mysteries. I'm grateful to them for their service to the God Emperor, but, to be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. I'm much too fond of living. What are you cooking? Believe it or not, this soup made from old slime and technical drain water has been simmering here in this vat for at least 200 years non-stop. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, and use it to season the soup. If we're lucky, the smell attracts a void rat and someone gets to have meat in their bowl. It's for those who can't even earn a ration card. I feed them in exchange for services or favors. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. My people keep an eye out for workers trying to eat 2 bowls in one sitting. One is enough to fill your stomach for an entire watch. Some complain about the taste, of course. Ingrates. I see you near the market. What were you doing? Who's hurting? Is it? It's got to be that guy, right? Watching one of my workers take a beating. I feel sorry for the lad, but there was nothing I could do. The foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellowed teeth. Almost all the front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past. Not doing it again. Tell me what life's like for the workers on the lower decks. They toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time, they do their best to survive. Faced with hunger, the more deranged of the enforcers, void leprosy, fires, floods, noxious fumes. The foreman lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. If you work, you survive. If you freeload, you also survive if you're clever. Well, and if the God Emperor wills it. Lord Captain, I beg another second of your attention. Please, accept this humble gift from us, the common people of the Bay, for all the good you do us. The most precious thing we could get for your ladyship. An auto-stimulant. Oh wow, those guys had, like, basically nothing. Poor blind guy got shot. An autocannon? Well, shit, we can give that to Argenta. It's not a bolter, but it is a heavy weapon, and that's pretty cool. And some auto guns. I don't think we need the auto guns. We have that special one that we picked up. Yeah. What's this? Ooh, piece of candy. Can we keep talking to the foreman? Can we just give him all of our cards? Nope. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadow grows longer. Okay, it's the same thing. The consequences of a terrible crash on monorail LD 987 half a century ago are still affecting the efficiency of this stretch of railway.
This is out of the ordinary.
That chest was trapped.
Never doubt me.
Give our gift to the one who sees nothing but hears everything. Then the truth will be revealed to you. The charnel pit. Stop being so bloody difficult. What's that thing the death cultists say? Your time has come, or what have you? No, please! What did I do? Talk about being everywhere at once. How about we take his stuff to the marketplace? We get to eat soup tonight.
Just as he ordained.
This man is suffering from a severe but curable disease. One vial of medicine administered in the early stages would have saved him. Well, that sucks. No one finds the courage to approach the bodies of these outcasts, the rotting flesh and cartilage bearing the marks of void disease. Okay, that's... we gotta talk to that lady, apparently. So let's go this way first. Repair a control panel? Well, don't mind if I do. What's that do?
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Well, we go up by the flute guy. What's up with this dude? Oh my god, they're growing mold on these people because they're too sick to move. It's crazy.
Acquisition is possible.
See, right there. duty prevails. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today.
Operation successful.
Formed by a death cult assassin, whenever the wearer kills an enemy, that enemy explodes in a fountain of blood. The cells nearby are covered in blood as if affected by blood file. Formed by a death cult assassin, when the wearer gains a stack of blood blessed, they also gain plus 10 toughness for 2 rounds. And then a bunch of crimson intoxicants. The user loses all temporary wounds and increases their melee damage by the same amount. Well, that leper got what he wanted. I'm gonna come talk to this guy. Specimens before you must be the repellent inhabitants in this compartment. They are covered in sores and bald patches, glistening with pus, and the stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts, "What you want?" "For what crime did you kill this man?" "For the crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. We'll trade them for porridge." "Well, then it's time to die, dude. You just killed that guy for nothing." "We'll cut you and trade what you have on you for a pile of scran."
I will cast you into eternal darkness. All of you will bleed.
Right. Okay. We're fighting these guys. They're a bunch of outcasts and, like, sick people. But they're attacking us because we're wealthy and they want to steal our shit. So...
But of course. Will do.
Nope, I want to go to the staff.
Chaos guides me.
Fruit and pepperoni, those guys. Yeah, this isn't going to be good for them. Although they did knock Abelard down. That's kind of crazy. The other problem is, though, is that all these guys are in range of flamethrower.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
I'm not Abelard, my hot dilf. Let's see. Where's the outcast leader? There he is. Set him on fire. Abelard, get up.
Will speak louder than words. This is beyond me. The Emperor commands.
Pascal can stop burning. Never mind. Pascal can stop burning. Damn it.
Myself to do this.
Well, fine. Where can I use these? Bella. Death waltz, please.
Trust me. Caught by the web, as the tenants demand.
Oh shit. That guy erupted into poison.
see it done. As honor ordains.
Damage is negligible.
Robot Husbando's doing well. He's a little on fire, but that's okay. He's basically immune to fire. He's got like 90% resistance or something. So he takes like 0 damage. Twitch hiding the dilfs from Limfow.
Let the cycle be discontinued. The scriptural Omnisire condemns you.
He likes it. The fire. Yeah, the fires are the forge. That's what it's for.
Request approved.
Reduce to dust. One fewer death to non-believers.
Reminds him of being in the toaster.
If only you knew what awaits you. I'm not so sure. That is not my destiny. Anything else? Will do. Was that you? Or will do.
I blinded that guy. Nice.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Okay, let's get out of the cloud of poison and disease. Can you romance Abelard and Pascal? I am not sure. That's a great question. I will find that out right now. Shouldn't take more than a real quick Google search on the wiki. Where's your romance tab, wiki? Where's your search button? There it is. All romance options. Let's see. Cassia. A couple of characters that we haven't met yet. A couple more characters that we haven't met yet. Kibella. Solomorn, the Arbites that we met with the dog. We can romance him. And that looks like it. So no, unfortunately. It looks like the only one of these initial companions that we've got that we can romance is Cassia. I think you guys will like the next guy that we meet, who is romanceable, and he's literally the very next companion that we'll meet. So I think we'll be okay. Argenta. Let's go back to the big bolter. And we'll shoot at Abelard, but he has a 0% chance of getting hit, so we're good there. Light that guy on fire. Abelard, you need to... Firstly, can we we're still not close enough for Pascal. So we'll go this way a little bit. Pascal, stop being on fire. Never mind. Good Lord Almighty. Why can I not use any of these goddamn buffs?
Allow myself to do this.
Come, the other side awaits.
We will jump out of the way of the poison. Abelard, you can come over here.
Tested tactics are the best ones.
We'll shotgun this guy.
Victory is imminent. Target well struck. It will be done. I will do my duty.
Pascal, you can also get out of the cloud of poison. And could you get a grenade over here? Nice.
The Omnissiah knows all. Comprehends all.
Failed me.
Chaos guides me. Suffered worse.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Anything is. But of course.
Let's get a rifle back out. God damn it, Adira. I guess that was my fault, though.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
In righteous
As
fury.
the Emperor commands, I act.
You're fine, Abelard. That's what fanfic's for. I'm a little late on that message, but that's funny.
Rejoice! Another step towards our ultimate victory.
Abelard,
May my wrath be thy undoing!
I'm sorry that you had to endure all that. Go ahead and just kill these guys, please.
I took care of this one.
Thank you.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby.
Is everybody okay?
A child was
Nobody
saved
took
from
any
death.
damage? God damn.
1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
That's
This is
That's fucked up.
unacceptable. I will not.
Relished Anguish. At the end of the wearer's turn, they gain temporary wounds equal to the amount of collision damage inflicted by the wearer this turn. The hell's collision damage? Push damage, okay. And then a bunch of junk. We'll take the axe, maybe, just in case. We might give that to Abelard. He's got the big hammer. And I guess our main character also has some push capabilities now that we've got a power maul.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Should probably change our formation, huh? Do I want to be in the front? I think we want it to be like that. Zdena the Outcast, a figure in decaying tatters, is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. As you come closer, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take Zdena to the other side? No. No. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light, but it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it? There's a blood symbol next to you. I've seen such marks before. Is this another part of the Song of Trailing Blood? Oh yes, the song. Here, listen. She wandered an eternity in dark, yet was consoled. Web foretold. Undying one's blood secrets glowed, a light to guide her faithful fold. But threads must end, and so the spider did that which was owed, her life and death to ship bestowed. And you'll see if you learn to see. Look into the darkness. Look. I cannot fathom what I am meant to see here. You peer into the darkness, and are gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses, rough walls, the twitching beneath throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see. You will not see until you become like Zdena, the flesh and blood of this ship. How do I become the flagship's blood? Oh, Zdena will show you, and you'll see the true light. Come now. Oh my god, so many things. Where'd she go? Oh, she just jumped. Is that what we gotta do? The rotating blades promise nothing but a senseless and brutal death. Slipping past them would require some unreasonably precise calculations, or blind luck. While listening to the air currents, for a moment you think you hear Zdena's whispered prayer rising from the depths of the shaft. Fuck it, we ball. Everybody's like, are you sure? Except for Cabela. Oh. Hey.
The Divine watches over us.
Oh, do I have to make the jump? Yep.
I rise above hardships.
Nice.
Know your duty.
There are large holes in the compartment's ceiling. The spinners have dismantled the bulkheads to expand their temple ever higher.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I know we can level up, but we're not too far from the end of this quest, so... Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams and flooring stretch ever higher, not unlike a web. The temple is growing, as if it were a living organism.
Let us walk this path to the end. The Emperor gave me a vision.
Whenever the wearer makes a melee attack, they regain 1 wound. That's kind of crazy. Oh, all of our guys are over here. Nice.
Accomplished.
Got anything else crazy around here?
With each step,
What are y'all
I
doing?
forge my destiny among the stars.
What's over here?
The duty prevails.
Spinner's Blade. The Bloody Pact. Primitive Knife. Special ability called Crimson Rage. Well, what does it do? The wielder can suffer damage equal to 25% of their maximum wounds to regain 1 AP. Can be used multiple times per turn as long as the wielder has at least 50% wounds. That's kind of neat. The Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. A frail old man, gray beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. And the Lady of the Ark walked the paths of unlife in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner. And the servants of death bowed before her, for the Damin is the giver of life. The old man goes still, his head turned to the side. He nods toward the temple's muffled silence. Yes, yes, truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome her as the tenants demand. A servant of death who sees beyond the threshold. A spider who spins a cocoon at the end of his thread. Sorry about that. It just came over me. I didn't say anything too weird, did I? A thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands. Although his arms are stiff and looks like they could barely bend, in the next instant the dynasty symbol is etched into his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks the blood off his blade, and several drops land on your face. The blood-spun web welcomes its new lady. I am the Vizier. For many years, we have waited, and now you are here. We have waited. Whispers echo his words from the shadows. Why did you invite me here? Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual, but only inside the temple can the spinners perform it. Yes, we are glad she has reached this place. We are glad to serve. What now? The Song of Trailing Blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you pass the first one, the trial of resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown, a search for death. The trial of compassion was the second. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was the trial of justice. In assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty, for duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here. What would have happened if I never reached the end of the path? Then we would have met another time, for the tangle of fate's threads cannot be rearranged by one turn. However earnestly one may try to run in the opposite direction. The vizier's sewn-shut eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it. Then he turns away and speaks into empty space again. Peace, my brother. The time has almost come. Who is it you talk to all the time? I see echoes of those who came before us and those who were with us, but have since crossed over to the other side. My brothers and sisters raised by the cult. I hear them from beyond their deaths. They share their wisdom. I heed them. The other spinners, they hear not, for that burden is mine to bear. This conversation is another test, then. A smile graces the vizier's bluish lips. The tenets command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Damen? His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheek only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the vizier's blade. A strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides, and you seem to float in the air, seeing things you had not noticed before, the shadows in the corners taking on shape and color. Subdued lumen light playing on the cultists' bone masks. Are they really masks? Their tall, lean, empty-eyed wearers might as well be dead people. A chill runs down your spine. One moment the walls of Death's sanctum grow infinitely wide. The next they are so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances under your feet, and the Undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you. What is the meaning of this? Your heart is beating slowly, your breathing has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. Now what? That's for you to tell me. You look at the vizier, and his trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him. But the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response. Drugs. We don't need an antidote. It says that it's starting to wear off. Initiate me as a servant of death. Our thread is repellent to you, Damen. You proved it by walking the matriarch's path in your own way. It is your right, and we respect your choice. However, only one who accepts the essence of death may become its servant. You accept your own essence, and we dare not burden you with our dogma. For years we have maintained fealty to the Domini. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to descend into this sanctum. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exultation and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. That which was foretold has come to pass. The ritual of descent is complete. Now be this temple's guest of honor and rest a while. Well, shit. Crimson torrent flows from the statue's hands, a symbol of the countless deaths offered up in his name. That was pretty crazy. Is that all we... What's this? I don't think I clicked on this, did I? Okay, that was crazy. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let me show you the way, Domin. Take me to the enforcer in charge of the freight line hub. I have business with him. Alright. Let's level up. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Talents. Let's see what we can get for some psyker stuff, eh? Crit chance. Armor against fire damage. Psyker gains 16% additional armor against fire damage and half this amount as additional armor against energy damage from Melta and plasma weapons. That's probably pretty good. And then a skill increase. We'll do persuasion. For Abelard, we will take... We want to make him tanky, right? So... This is probably pretty good. Defensive stance. If the warrior is not attacked this turn, they gain 24% armor. Charge and slash do not affect the bonus. Seems pretty good to me. We'll increase his Medicaid because he does a little bit of healing. A teensy bit. Adira. I don't really care about Adira. But some of her telepathy powers are pretty cool. Yeah, this is good. Weak hearts. Enemies suffering from the blinded, stunned, immobilized, or prone conditions inflicted by the Psyker suffer 10% more damage. And that's 10% more damage just across the board. So if I blind somebody with her psychic powers, they just take more damage. That seems pretty good. We'll give her more ballistic skill too, so she can shoot better with her sniper. For Argenta. This seems pretty good, because I don't really intend to increase her intelligence at all, but her demolition will be going up the entire time. Demolition Engineer. The soldier's demolition instead of intelligence is used to determine additional damage dealt with ranged area attacks. Deal 5% more damage for every 10 points in demolition instead of 5% for each 10 points of intelligence. Yes, make Abelard sturdy. Make him hard, even. +2 movement points. Actually, I think this is pretty good too, since it's giving us another talent for Argenta. Her being able to move more should also be pretty good. And our demolition is 80, whereas our intelligence was 30, so that should significantly increase our area damage for burst fire. Let's see, for Kibella. Death cult stuff, maybe? Don't. Oh, don't need brains to blow something up. Very true. We're going to take this. Wounds, streaming blood. A creature with a blood blessed or blood stained effect gains another stack each time it suffers damage from bleeding, burning, or toxin. We have a lot of ways to do at least bleeding or burning. And I believe bloodstained and blood blessed. Yeah, the more stacks, the better it is. 2% more damage for each stack of bloodstained, and then blood blessed is on allies, and that's 2% more damage. Yeah, so the bloodstained makes creatures take more damage, right? Enemies. And then blood blessed makes allies do more damage. So that's pretty good. We can't increase the things I want to increase for Kibella. Awareness is probably just a generally good thing to upgrade. It's like perception in D&D, because perception's an actual like character skill instead. Let's see. Pascal. I would like to look at his tech priest stuff first. Oh, this is pretty good because we're building Pascal melee. Prediction protocols. Pascal gains 20% to dodge reduction and parry reduction with melee weapons. If an enemy dodges or parries this attack, the bonus is doubled for the next melee attack against that enemy. So what that means is it's 20% harder for enemies to dodge his melee attacks. That's what dodge reduction and parry reduction does. It's for your character and applies to their dodge when you attack them. And then we will give him more weapon skill. Maybe not. What do we got over here? We'll go intelligence up so we get to the next threshold for Pascal. Whoop, whoop. I think we have more. Let's do some upgrades here first of all. I don't really have push damage for Pascal. I think we'll give him this ring, though, because that'll let him self-heal himself. What is Pascal's conviction? He's pretty dogmatic. Makes some sense. So we want to give him this to get him to make him do more damage against Xenos and demons. Yeah, it's probably it for Pascal. Kibella, however, just got some significant upgrades. We're going to give her the ritual vestments. That's pretty neat. She's also going to get these gloves. Yep. Instead of the ones she had on. What's this? Ah, this is the other one. Okay. She can have that too. She can have all of the crimson intoxicants. That's fine. Bella's pretty dogmatic. Abelard's really the only one who's an iconoclast out of our party at the moment, besides us. But that's fine. Damage is better with the bolter, but the stolen autocannon has way more rate of fire. And this is pretty cool looking. Ooh, the long las is better for her. We'll do that. Oh, I forgot to check Cabela's swords. I think we'll give her the special sword. Special, like, dagger thing. Yeah, it's all bloody and stuff. That seems good for her. This is just a normal axe. I think we do add that to cargo. Yeah, it's fine. Abelard. He doesn't really have any upgrades that we have. Although, I guess the auto stimulant's probably best for him. Now that I'm thinking about it. And he might do enough collision damage to make those worth it. He at least has some capacity to do collision damage. We don't need extra tech use, though. So, sorry, Abelard. Ethel gets the gloves. Pascal, do you have gloves? No, you can have the tech use gloves. You would make much better use of those. Yeah, 91? Fuck yeah. There we go. That should be about all the upgrades, I think. Gabella use a cape. She can use that cape. Okay. Let's go back and talk to, what's his name? Captain Frenzo. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? He's acquired a few wounds since our last conversation. Half his ear is gone. You notice that he's wearing bloody bandages under his uniform. He quickly ejects himself with a stimulant and straightens upon seeing us. Are you in a shootout? Yes, there's been a raid on a local gang. We've finally cleared out the scoundrels who were smuggling goods to neighboring compartments. No one escaped. Enforcers have been appropriating ration cards from workers returning from their shifts. Why is that? Are you short on provisions? The compartment has just enough food to avoid starvation, Lord Captain. This is why the enforcers are making sure that no serf has more cards than they're supposed to. They used to rip out people's tongues for it, but I reduced the punishment to simply beating the thieves and confiscating all their cards. The orders are to give these cards to workers who are starving due to a lack of work shifts. Not that it helps them much, but it's better than nothing. Are there enforcers guilty of misappropriating the confiscated items? Yes. Do those caught stealing receive severe punishment? Absolutely. They came across a drawing of a worker in a red mask. What does it mean? It's a figure of local legend known as the Nemesite, protector of the poor and oppressed. Ever since I was a child, desperate people have been drawing his portrait on the walls, hoping to summon a defender to punish those who wronged them. I've had 13 or so fools calling themselves Nemesite over the past 5 years. We disburdened ourselves of them, just to be sure. Not much could be expected from simple-minded serfs. I was attacked. Who dared? I am only going to ask this once. How did wretches from the lower decks get their hands on a crate of autoguns? Autoguns? Warp, take me! They couldn't have bypassed the security of a munitions train and walked away with the cargo without help from someone in the enforcers. I executed one reprobate who was trafficking in weapons not too long ago, but even that moron wasn't so greedy and stupid as to arm the rabble with autoguns. So there's another who dishonors the enforcer's uniform. I will find the maggot and shove their head under a passing train. The foreman believes that the people who stole the autoguns are connected to Nemesite. The foreman. You wouldn't believe the kinds of thugs he welcomes at his vat. I agree that sympathizers of Nemesite's anarchic cause may be involved in this outrage, but I don't trust that foreman character. He knows everyone in the bay. He sees everything, but he never informs on one of his own. He only complains about problems I'm already well aware of. I encountered mutants in the pestilence pit. They seem to be under the influence of unholy powers. You went to the pestilence pit. Into the pestilence pit. Pardon me, Lord Captain. I just can't even begin to find the words I would use if I had to tell the Master-at-Arms that you had perished there. The enforcers do regular checks to see if there are any dangerous, blight-stricken rejects hiding at the bottom of the bay. I implore you, Lord Captain, leave this job to us. I haven't finished my inspection. Will there be any orders based on the inspection's conclusions? The workers are to be provided with everything they need to service the freight line properly. Food and medicine will be delivered to the bay, and you are to demote any enforcers found to be abusing their authority to the status of workers. Orders understood. Our flagship's hull integrity is increased by +10. The plating of all sectors of the flagship is increased by 1. and the freight line workers study to the best of their ability, applying newly attained knowledge for the betterment of the ship. Thanks to their efforts, logistical operations with the engineering bays have become more efficient, which has opened up new opportunities for fortifying our hull. Nice. Tell me about the station. Never mind. OMG. The compartment's already operating according to the new procedure. Well, sweet. Let's get the heck back to the bridge. Alright. I'm going to talk to Vigdis. Because we're going to ask her about the lop-eared kleppas from back in the shrine. I assume you heard my confessional message. Do you wish to talk about it? The important question is why. I was fault-checking the Vox devices in the ship's reliquary. Message recording works, but deletion does not. You have helped me establish that. Thank you. Wait, why lop-eared kleppas specifically? At that time, I had nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contained arguments in favor of keeping lop-eared kleppas on the ship. I can still recite it, from memory. I want a pair of kleppas. They went extinct. Well, your confession perplexes the initiate. Find a way to delete it and we shall forget. Will do. Haha. That's funny. We also need to talk to Janris about the orphans. Have you made a confession lately, Janris? Your ladyship, you are truly masterful at springing unexpected questions on a man. However, I must admit I don't quite understand this one. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living? A philosophical question. I imagine it is due to a complicated mix of experience, luck, and most of all, the Emperor's favor. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, have they not? He fidgets nervously with the rings on his fingers until he musters the courage to reply. I will not pry into how your ladyship found out about my confession. I suppose it raised some questions for you. I am willing to allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions, your ladyship? I like this. Educate them so that they may grow up to be of greater use to the ship. Assign teachers, books, and commend the best students with gifts. A wise decision, your ladyship. 2 serfs with 1 shot. That is to say, it is good to know that the children will both learn and be rewarded for their diligence. And then there was one more. There was another man, I think, right? I think it was Rabor. Do you know anything about a ship named the Fiery Reckoning, Ravor? Heard the name, that much I'm sure of, but I can't recall the details. Wonder if it was part of that operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there's nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your best chance would be to ask the High Factotum. Oh, we asked about the Fiery Reckoning with Janris earlier. Have you made confession lately? Nope. Up to my connectors and work. Not Ravor. Ooh, maybe it was our astropath guy. Zacharias, the weirdo. And we can level up Kesha. Your ladyship, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Have you made confession lately? I beg your ladyship's pardon. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living? How odd. Odd that you should have listened to my confession, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? I felt there was anguish. I wanted to help. My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time, for which I apologize. I am thankful for your consideration. Death always keeps close to astropaths, and its punishments for arrogance and weaknesses are severe. I have seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and a survivor who has carried their ghosts with them ever since. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying at these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear and firm state of mind. Goodbye, your ladyship. Well, there we go. Oh shit, we leveled up again. Nice. Probably because we finished that. That was the end of the quest, probably. Okay. Let's increase our willpower. Yeah. Ooh, force weapon attacks deal +2 damage and have 10% more armor penetration. I have a force weapon. We like damage upgrades. Abelard, increase your strength. For sure. We need something that is gonna buff Abelard up here. Shield stuff. Shield stuff again. Oh, we could just increase his wounds. That's probably worth it. Eventually, we'll give him power armor proficiency. Maybe. I don't know. What's nimble? Dodge bonus. That might not be a bad one, too. But I think we're going to increase his wounds. 56 wounds? That's pretty good. Significantly more than I have. Do we have another soldier? I don't think we do. This might be a good upgrade. No other character in the current party has the same archetype as this character. The first archetype ability used in each combat by this character costs -1 AP. Seems pretty good. Oh, can't increase demolition again. Let's do Medicae. Will increase Kibella's toughness. Geen, what are you doing? That's not for you. You're not supposed to be up there. Get down. Jumped right up on my desk and sat down right in front of the monitor. -1 AP for melee area attacks. That seems pretty good. I don't know, a lot of these are pretty good. I think we'll do open the veins. More blood blessed. Pascal. Weapon skill, for sure. Actually, we'll give him ballistic skill so we can get to the next level. He's decent enough with his axe. We can buff his shooting for a minute. Medicae Mechadendrite. Tech priests can use their Mechadendrite to restore the wounds of an ally once per combat. Increased shock damage dealt to the target due to the Ferrum Sanctum effect is reduced by 5% per stack until the end of combat. And the ally regains a bunch of wounds. Interesting. Plus 10 perception. Increase tech use and demolition by 10. Ooh. Machine Spirit Communion applies 1 stack of exploit on all affected enemies. That's pretty good, actually. And Cassia has 2 ranks. Okay, so we want the Blood of Martyrs, and then we want Armor of Contempt. Because this says, whenever an ally uses a heroic act, they gain temporary wounds equal to... Oh no, that doesn't actually proc this, does it? It's got to be affected by the officer stuff. Armor reduction while under the effect of a navigator power. That sounds pretty good. We'll do that. And Kasha can get better... Lore Imperium, I guess. That'll make her my best Lore Imperium person. And for the next level, get our ballistic skill a little higher. Just in case. Ooh, it's pretty good. Allies that are targeted by the Navigator's abilities gain +5 to all resistance tests against warp effects until the end of combat. Ooh, reducing veil degradation? That's actually better. That's good. And actually we need to potentially give Cassia some new stuff. What is Cassia's psi rating? Does she not have one? No, she doesn't. I think I'd rather have the +5 agility and +10% parry chance, though. I think we'll save the psychic body glove. I don't think the sin skin's really going to help anybody out. That can go in cargo, honestly. Does she have something going? Okay, let's see. I think now
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
it's time to get back to Rykad Minoris. Which means before we do that, probably I should unshrimp myself and take a stretch break. Because we haven't done that. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. It's probably about time. So, back to the map. Actually, we'll probably do some map stuff first. But either way, like I said, I'm going to put up my BRB screen for just a moment. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Everybody ready? We're going to do a little bit of exploring in the system just real quick, because there's an unidentified void ship over here. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship, whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit, is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Well, let's explore it. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered in spikes. It resembles, a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called the Drakari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. And then we've got quite a few options. According to Adira, the voices in her head scream harbinger, darkness, and death. And the only good Xenos is a dead Xenos. Let's wipe it from the Corona's expanse. When the landing party shuttle exits the atmosphere of Rykad Majoris, the Rogue Trader's flagship fires a salvo at the ravine, and the void ship perched atop it. Rocks engulfed in the scarlet blazes of the explosion look like a blood stain sprawling out on the gray, lifeless face of the planet. The unholy flame, blessed by the Emperor himself, has melted away the abominable void ship once for all. We went to the prison planetoid, so we don't need to go back here. I want to see if the void ship has anything else. Thunderfang, why can't we identify you? Stop playing games. Explain your business. We're from the Fellowship of the Void, which are pirates, kinda. Ooh, but they'll sell us shit. Neat. More heavy leather armor. We could give that to Abelard as a increase to his armor. Camouflage robe. The wearer's ranged attacks decrease their target's dodge by 5%. Some Melta charge. Yes, I will take all of those, please. I will take this, please. I will take the heavy leather armor. And then we need to increase our reputation with the Fellowship of the Void. So, being pirates, I imagine, if we give them fuel. And ship components. They can have my miscellany as well. We'll trade all that stuff. Up to level 1. Well, how much do we need for... So we can get up to level 4. Another power maul. And a different chainsword, too. Soul pattern chainsword. Why not? Take that. Take all these med kits. If the wearer's range attack hits an enemy, the wearer gains 5% bonus to critical hit chance for the next range attack against the same enemy. Those are not bad. Parry, 10% dodge against melee attacks. That's pretty good. In fact, that's actually way better than what we're doing. Mizoa auto gun, another power maul. I think we'll take the power maul actually. I don't know if we want the auto gun. Not a lot of our guys do ranged stuff, and they're either like pistoliers or big heavy weapons. So like this middle ground, just assault rifle isn't really it. What's this stuff? Pneumo boots. Charge ability costs 1 AP less. Not bad. Medal of Alacrity. The wearer targets an ally with the bring it down ability. That ally gains an additional action point. That's also a good upgrade. We should probably just give them the rest of this stuff. Yeah, screw it. Sweet. Take the Mars Pattern Axe. Reaper Cape. 12% dodge reduction to the wearer's melee area attacks. That's pretty good. Taking grenades too. What's this? Ooh, a second Force Sword. Oh boy, Dark Elves. Yep. Drukari. Veil Render. Each critical hit scored with this sword increases Veil degradation by 1. The next attack deals an additional +0 at the moment damage. And just in general deals an additional damage. That's not bad. What else? Wait. It did other things. BDSM enthusiasts. We need a little bit more profit factor before we can get some of the rest of this stuff. But we've got some pretty significant upgrades from these pirates. What was that? What happened there? I don't know where that gun went. Not that I really care. We probably all are also not going to use the knife. Honestly, I don't think we'll use the sniper rifle either. Or the bolter. Actually, you know what? I think I'll keep this gun because it's not bad. Gives you an extra talent for free, and that's just pretty good. This stub revolver requires a lot of strength to wield, but has a 15% additional hit chance, so that's pretty good. And then I think we'll keep the shotgun. I want to see if the chainsword's better than anybody else's chainswords, and then all of the like accessory upgrades that we just got I think are pretty good. Same with like the power maul and the axe. I just kind of want to see if what we just got is any better. we ourselves are probably going to take this instead of that power maul. Just use dual force swords. That'll be pretty sick. Which means Abelard can have the power maul. That's pretty cool. It's got a different model too. What these do? Not for me. The fencing body glove, though, we will take that. Which opens this up for somebody else as well. I don't have the charge ability. Abelard, however, does. What does this do? When the wearer deals damage to an enemy, they have a 25% chance to gain 2 MP. Not bad, but not as good as reducing his charge costs. He can also have the leather armor, which is going to be a little bit of an upgrade for him. He doesn't look bad in his leather coat. Let's see. I think, unfortunately, he's going to lose the shovel. And we will give him the Unquenchable Fury. And then perhaps, instead of the balanced maul... Well, no, because he gets bonuses for Harsh Shove, and this one's is lesser. So we'll keep that. I think maybe we give him this Deadshot Stub Revolver. The shotgun attack isn't as useful on Abelard. Because he's already got, you know, a bunch of melee stuff. Doing the area attack is cool and all, but I think just having him be able to hit better, because his ballistic skill is so low, is probably just a better option for his ranged option. Ooh, it's gold plated. That's cool. And then he's got the... Yeah, if his wounds are reduced to 0, they don't fall unconscious. Instead, they regain 7 wounds, spend all MP, and for 1 round gain 30% dodge and cannot regain MP once per combat. So they have it once per combat, like revive, self-revive. Pretty good. I don't think we got any upgrades for Argenta, really. I think we'll give her the Stalker Gloves. And that's the only change for her, I think. What cape is she wearing? Nope, she gets the camo cloak too. That's pretty cool. I think Kibella gets the Reaper cape, 12% dodge reduction to area attacks. She does a lot of area attacks. And it fits with the shtick she's got going on. We'll give her these boots because she doesn't have any. She's got the special gloves. Pascal, what do you got going on, buddy? No, you can keep that cape. Yeah, I figured that axe was gonna probably be better. Yeah. Yep. I think we'll give her these instead. These noble gloves are fine and all, but it's only really useful for the main character, unless you're really not going persuasion at all with your rogue trader, but we are, so I think these are probably just junk, honestly, now that we've kind of moved some stuff around, and she can have these, which are just mildly better. And I think instead of the Ripper, we're going to give her the heirloom auto pistol. Okay, well, I think that's all our upgrades. We'll keep this stuff around, except for, like, Abelard's armor. That we'll put away in the vault, probably. Okay. Back to Rycat Minoris. For the electrodynamic synobium. We have to take Pascal. We want Abelard and Argenta and Cassia, and I will take Bella. I was trying to reorder them on top, but it looks like they just go in their natural order, I guess. Alphabetical, potentially. Cover the landing area, your ladyship. Glory to the von Valancius dynasty.
My house would be proud of me.
Judging by the dead people's equipment, they were the same wardens the governor sent to the monastery's aid. Man, that governor's people are not great. The pieces are molten at the edges. The statue was likely blasted by a barrage from a multi-laser turret, the type found on landing force shuttles.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Stuff. Give me the loot. cargo.
I've read about this.
Lay people unworthy of entering the hallowed cenobium humbly said their prayers next to this computational altar. Okay then. The hallowed electrodynamic cenobium. So we can open the gate. Do we have any other options anywhere? Does not appear to be so. Okay, in we go. Pascal, if you would. The binaric hymn awakens the gate's operating mechanism.
Divine watches over us.
In we go. Here we go! The heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
Does she have a reply? Does not appear so. Anyway. That guy's dead. You note that wire junctions are often marked with the symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines. Ooh, another dead guy. No wounds on the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror and his eyes are bloodshot from ruptured vessels. Stuff. What's in here? Oh.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last electro priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the corpse emperor!
Another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
This is Heinrich's. Everybody's got to catch up to me. The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Interrogator Van Calix, I presume?
Yes. Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrich Van Calix of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Road Trader Ethel von Valancius.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Uh, I see you take no end of pleasure in your job. I've barely introduced myself, and I'm already being grilled.
I do admit courteous small talk is not my strong suit. What brings you to the sanctum of the Omnisire?
I am here to collect you. I'm under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide your safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task. Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
I am the Domin's shadow. If she says the word, I will protect you. If she says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You are addressing a rogue trader.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alastar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the Final Dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the Holy Power Source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted Final Dawn.
Cool, nuclear explosion.
Blasphemous insanity.
The tech priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. As Heinrich Van Kallik speaks, you suddenly notice the way he's looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he is peering into your soul. A soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, and you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. What'd you do to him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
Lord. Alright, well, let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base.
Oh, yeah.
I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
I don't want to swap out Cabela. I want to swap out Cassia, I think. Okay, Mr. Heinrichs van Calix. Get rid of this. Take that off. He's got just a normal force sword and an auto pistol. How about I also give you a chainsword, just in case. What do you got? Biomancer staff. Siphon life. Well. He's got 0 psi rating. That's interesting. We'll give him the helmet. I suppose he gets this instead because he doesn't have any psi rating. Although that might change once we level him up real quick. I think we'll give him this cloak. Yeah, that suits an Inquisitor. That's the Solomon eventually. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, let's level him up real quick. He is a warrior, like Abelard, but we're going to spec him at a damage rather than toughness. Except for Epicenter of Slaughter. It's just a very good ability for warriors to have. We're going to upgrade his strength first. He is a Sanctic Biomancer. So he's like a buff. He's like a buffer. Purge Souls, just a good direct damage. We'll get that for him. He is Ordo Xenos, so we should just, you know, buff his Xenos lore, right? That just seems good. Now we'll start on his weapon skill. We will give him extra armor. Yes, that sounds pretty good. 4 Xenos. We'll use that. Daring Breach. We'll give his Daring Breach extra damage. I know we said we were going to focus on damage, but I think we'll take thick skin too. Just in case, you know? Weapon skill. breakthrough. Do Psycho Minoris. Increases psi rating. No longer can we increase weapon skill, so I think we'll go strength again. Do warp lore. I think we probably want to oh, we need a higher character level. Okay. I was gonna say we need the next Psyker upgrade, but we can't get it, so. That's interesting. Ooh, that's pretty good. When the Psyker's allies or the Psyker themselves are under the effects of psychic powers, they gain +5 toughness for each of such effects. That'll just increase everybody's survivability. Let's go warp lore again. Bump his willpower up for better Psyker stuff. Enemies that surround the Psyker suffer more damage. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. He's in battle, so now that we have psi rating 1, is this any better? Extra 3% dodge? No, not really. I think he's the last Psyker that we get. I'll have to check, but I don't think this is... Maybe it's better later. I don't know. Anyway. Gonna move on, eh? What we got here? No thanks. Guy had an armored body glove, though. Pascal, please talk to that cogitator.
The machine god grants me insight.
Oh shit. Treasure. A symbol for the Omnissiah is inscribed on the wall with grooves of electric discharges fanning out from it like a river. What do we got? Medium leather armor. And a charged staff. Huh. Well, cool. Big bada boom. Okay. Now. This is a problem. Hazards. Traps. Everybody move. Never mind. We're ambushed. Shit. Nobody saw us. Nobody saw the cultists. Oh man, this is so much harder when the electricity's going.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Cabela's pretty good at
as honor
getting
ordains.
through the thing, though. Kill that guy, please. Thank you. That means she can jump again.
The shadows will see it. Caught by the web. blessing.
Stay vigilant.
An offering of blood.
Get me a target.
Get me a target. Let's see.
But
We
of
will
course,
endure.
Lord Captain.
Plus 14 strength and toughness till end of combat?
For
Well,
the
we'll just use
throne's
that on
glory.
himself first.
Weapon at the ready. Out of my way.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Running binary override.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it.
I thought you fairly enjoyed skills.
Boom. I think we hit Heinrichs a time or two, but we hit this guy a lot. For like an 8% chance to hit him, that was pretty good.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
We need to get out of range of the electricity, please. And we will have Abelard do the same.
Resides in the will of
My
the
place
righteous.
is at the fore.
Guided by faith!
A dance of blades and shadows.
Oh, nice. We hit like everybody with Brace for Impact. They can all move. That's cool.
I cannot comply.
Indeed.
Pull out that gun, Abelard. Shoot this
At
bitch.
your beck. Reduced to dust.
Nice. Oh shit. That was his actual turn. Whoops. Those guys all died. So I guess
I bring
Onward.
mercy in retribution.
Blade
I shall
Dance.
not fail.
Death from above, actually. I keep saying that.
As on
I
all
keep calling
days.
that Blade Dance, and that's not what it is. How much damage did that guy do? charge him down the stairs a little.
I won't object to it.
We could purge soul on basically whoever. Let's see. Not the guy in the back, though.
Naturally.
Let's get this guy. Bam!
I won't object to it.
How dare he shoot us?
As the tactical imperative dictates. Request approved. High momentum.
I'll do it. God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! Doubt is for the...
Boom!
In thy light I stand, and thy light I
Far enough.
crave.
Can I shoot this guy? Nope. Not too far away to do anything.
A tactically sound approach.
Wow, Abelard can get all the way down here.
Victory
Damn.
is imminent.
Damn! We'll
I will do my
reload.
duty.
Go back to our main weapons. End the turn. Bella can come over here.
Death comes in silence.
Blade
As the
dance.
tenets demand. Killing
That's blade
brings
dance.
no pleasure.
Now we could death waltz if we want to again, but I don't think we want to.
Aim for the heart next time.
Heinrichs.
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it,
Purge his
But of
soul.
course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Pascal.
Advancing. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. I won't suffer this.
If I come here, and then I blade dance over
As honor
here.
ordains.
Aha! I don't take any damage. Nice.
I am your blade and shield.
I need a foothold. Naturally. I won't
Slash.
object to it. Be gone.
Nice.
Remember, innocence proves nothing.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
These guys were standard issue military uniforms underneath all of their heretic stuff. Wait, what'd that say? Ooh, another fencing body glove. Oh, no, that's the armored. Okay, I see. I was looking at what I was wearing. I don't think we care about this leather armor. I think we're also going to put it in our cargo. Uh-oh. Somebody's lost consciousness? Ethel did. That's not good.
The dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
I see. She wasn't unconscious. I was just not paying that much attention.
I rise above hardships.
Ooh, a plasma pistol.
Accomplished!
You are authorized.
Okay, since we're all together
Sins
again,
hidden in the heart
let's
turn all
use
to decay.
this on
Be
Ethel.
strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Even in the darkest moments, there is hope.
Let me tend to your wounds.
Your aid will not be forgotten.
strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Oh, I
Even
can't.
in the
I can't
darkest
remove those.
moments,
Whoop.
there is hope.
That was a waste of some stuff, but that's okay. That's what I get. What do we need? Plasma weapon proficiency. I don't think we give Pascal a plasma pistol. I think we wait until we have like a plasma rifle or something, but that is interesting.
Never doubt me.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest, crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper, repeated by 100 voices, blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched claws of stagnation and the shackles of iteration zero, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of the Purity Protocol. The Blessed Amarnach has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Let's look around. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. Are you sure he's Amarnach? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the Blessed Amarnach's motto. We must save him without risking his life. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the Hall of Heretics. The lightning discharges have charred the cultists' corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step toward falling, a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader? The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coat of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention. Nothing but your word, Daman, can make me don this filth. Once we are done, I will scrape my skin clean with a metal brush and bathe it in caustic lye. We're gonna take the dogmatic approach here because I'm just gonna go in and kill him anyway. Like, I don't want to wear the cultist robes. I just want to go in and start stabbing. We're better than these guys. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. So be it. May the Omnissiah protect the blessed Amarnet in the coming battle. Death to the blasphemers. Let's fucking get it.
I will cast you into eternal darkness. Surrender to the dark powers.
Let's see. You can go there, Argenta. We'll put Heinrichs with you. Bella. You can also go this way because I feel like they're gonna. Actually, no. You could go here in the middle. Abelard can come up front. Pascal can be up front. I'm gonna be up front. Let's get it.
Such is the will of chaos. I am your doom. I bring ruin.
Why is it?
I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Let's get these
As the
guys.
Emperor eradicated, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Nice.
I'll do it.
That was a really good turn for Argenta. Oh, and we can still move? Well, then let's continue this way.
Fury.
I serve the ruinous powers. Chaos guides me.
Taking damage to bulk. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Request approved. Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Out of my way.
Abelard, you're kind of surrounded. Let's
At your
brace for
beck and
impact.
call.
Pascal doesn't need to move. I will, though. Go up here. We will
It will be done.
endure.
At your beck and call.
And then we'll slash this
I
guy
will
to
unite
death.
you one fewer target. No matter the cost. It will be done.
Taunting scream that guy, and then let's shove this
Victory
dude.
reduced to dust.
That's just gonna kill him. Cool.
Follow my lead.
Chainsword.
I took care of this one.
Okay. Nice. That was a really good turn for Abelard, too.
Just a minor setback.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
can't allow myself to do this.
Be on fire.
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Never mind. Die.
And so shall it be done. Actions will speak louder than words. The Emperor commands.
My vow is to serve.
Okay, Heinrichs.
Everyone, step aside.
Come up here. We will bionic arms first, then charge in.
For the throne's glory, I'm done with this one.
Screw that guy.
Let's see to it.
Buff everybody up. And now it's Cadella's turn. This is gonna probably go pretty good.
I shall not fail.
Nice.
The shadows will see it done.
Never mind. She only got to jump the once.
Death to non-believers.
Doubt is complete. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Want to see me do it again?
I'll do it.
I missed somehow?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Chaos guides me.
Pascal, let's get you over here. Where you can arc rifle these bitches.
I'll be marking this incident down.
Sorry, Heinrichs.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. I am a
Skills.
Sorry again, Heinrichs. Here, take some more armor.
override.
I serve the ruinous powers. It will be done.
Kill those guys with the power maul. Oh my god, look at how many movement points we've got. Let's go all the way up here.
This in my time. Indeed.
Gain slash.
I will do my
Taunt
duty.
all these guys.
My place is at the fore. Chaos guides me.
Your end is nigh.
Cabello,
So, shall it be done?
I need you to have MP, honestly. But I guess
Rejoice in service.
you could do this kind of a thing.
Trust me.
We will immolate this guy.
I'll not
Got him.
Naturally. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Not sanctioned to do this. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't do that. I won't object to it.
Okay, here we go. Now Cabela can move. But I still can't quite get there. Damn.
Such is the will of chaos.
God Emperor, move through me.
Let's
Be the
have
fire in my heart.
Argenta move over just a little bit. And now just shoot with impunity at everyone except our allies.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest. You, my Emperor! We can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Nice.
Faith without deed. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
Nice. Can I see that guy? I can. Oh, but I'll hit Abelard.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Do worse.
Well,
Not by much.
This is why I was chosen.
Are my next offering.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
bam! And he just kills the last three guys. I mean, okay.
Ready for data input.
Toby lasguns, some flak armor, some body gloves, and casing chest plate. New heavy armor. Interesting. Not too shabby, folks. Let's grab these other goodies real quick.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
That should be it. So, all right. I think that's going to do it for me today. My dinner's here, so I'm going to hop off, eat me some food. That was Rogue Trader. I really appreciate all of you guys being here, and we will start next week's Rogue Trader on Tuesday. talking to Pascal's mentor. In the meantime, though, I've been Griff. You've been you. Please be excellent to each other. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great night. Bye-bye.